Good morning and welcome to the Strategic Planning Council Committee of the Whole for Monday, January 26th, 2026. All public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Access to Information Act, Sections 4, and Protection of Privacy Act, Sections 2, 4, and 5. Good morning to everybody, and just maybe a quick reminder, if we can have all phones on either silent for the meeting. And I also noted that Councillor Letwin, he will be joining us just a little bit here. He's just had some business that he had to attend to, but he will be joining us here in a little while. Would be looking for a motion to adopt the agenda as presented. Councillor Humphrey.
I'll make a motion to adopt the agenda as presented.
Okay, and before I call the question, is there any additions or deletions that anybody would like to make to the agenda? If not, I'm seeing none, so I will call the question to adopt the agenda as presented. All those in favor? That motion is carried. Moving on to the meeting minutes of December 10th, 2025. I'd be looking for if there was any errors or omissions noted. If not, be looking for a motion to adopt the minutes as noted. Councillor Powell.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, Councillor Powell makes the motion to adopt the December 10th, 2025 meeting minutes. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried. Moving on to Section 4 of the agenda, Item 4.1. Strategic Planning Committee topics identified during budget deliberations on page 11 of our agenda today, and I'll pass the floor over to Mr. Hagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, committee members. During budget deliberations, the committee had several questions arise concerning policies or projects, and administration listed those, and I'm just going to run through that listing and identify when those items are scheduled to be brought back to the committee for further discussion. Starting with the Clearwater County Strategic Plan and Vision, I understand this is currently underway with the assistance of Mrs. Haight, and work's begun to start accomplishing this item. Dust suppression policy. This policy is coming to the February 23rd Strategic Planning Committee meeting to ensure the timeliness decisions that need to be made on specific requests. Contract grader maintenance policy. This is a policy that governs the maintenance of the gravel roads. There's an agenda item coming with additional dates for Strategic Planning Committee meetings, and this specific item will be scheduled as soon as those dates are available. Otherwise, currently it is scheduled for the April 13th Strategic Planning Committee meeting. Solid Waste Management Plan. This is scheduled to come to the June 13th Strategic Planning Committee meeting. Operational challenges associated without the addition of heated storage. This is also scheduled for the June 13th Strategic Planning Committee meeting. That being said, if the date changes for the Solid Waste Management Plan, this should be changed also to accommodate all the information regarding the North Quarter at the same meeting. Broadband questions, pros and cons of continuing with the current plan. This item is scheduled to come to the Broadband Committee meeting on February 13th. Community Hall, future funding, structure of funding procedures. This has been scheduled for the February 23rd Strategic Planning Committee meeting. Community Recreation Boards and Bylaws have been scheduled for the February 10th Council meeting. Nordegg Development Plan, timeline of development. Once a tour of Nordegg has been scheduled for Council, this item will be scheduled to come to a Strategic Planning Committee meeting. Goals and outcomes, or level of service, structure associated with the Economic Development Subdepartment. This will be scheduled once a strategic plan and vision has been adopted by the current council. Caroline capital upgrades and the big picture of the effective amalgamation. This item has not been scheduled yet, but will be coming to a future Strategic Planning Committee meeting. Bylaw review for competing bylaws from amalgamation. These will form part of the discussion as Mrs. Haight brings forward the additional strategic planning committee meeting needed to be scheduled for 2026. There are bylaws that are still in force in both the former Village of Caroline and Clearwater County that have competing levels of service. Council will be required to rescind the two and create new bylaws for the newly formed Clearwater County. These will come as needed and time permitting. Restricted surplus policy. This item has not yet been scheduled, but will be placed on an agenda that has the time required for this item before summer to ensure Council's direction is included in the capital plan for 2027. As with every meeting, there are additional topics that are being scheduled for the Strategic Planning Committee meetings in addition to those that I've mentioned. The committee can request items to be added to ensure timeliness of information being prepared and coming back to a future meeting. Currently, the Strategic Planning Committee meetings are scheduled as follows: February 23rd, April 13th, June 15th, September 14th, and October 19th. The next Broadband Committee meeting, as mentioned, is February 13th.
Thank you very much for the update on the information, Mr. Hagan. Are there any comments or questions or discussion from council or from the committee members at this time? I do have one question, Mr. Hagan. During budget deliberations, just for the dates of the Strategic Planning Committee meetings, it's just indicated that October 19th is our last one. Budget deliberations in December, should those dates be on that list?
They
as
will
well?
be scheduled.
Okay.
Yes, these are the ones that have been scheduled so far.
Okay, I figured that would be, I just thought I would just double check on that.
Absolutely.
Councillor McCullough.
Are the ASP nodes being added to any of these strategic planning sessions?
I believe it was the direction of
Mr. Evans.
council to bring that back to a future council meeting.
Okay. Okay.
Are there any other comments or questions? Councillor Powell. Can't see the light. That's okay. Deputy Reeve McKay.
Thank you, Reeve. Ms. Haight, just with regards to redeveloping our strat plan, do we need to make a motion to have a meeting for that, or will that be coming to us?
Yes, we received quotes from 3 vendors. That's coming to council tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, at this point in time, would there be a motion needed, or can we just accept this as information? Yeah, thank you very much. It's just an update, so no motion required at this time then. Moving on to our next item, and regarding Caroline signage, item 4.2 on the agenda, page 14, and good morning.
Good morning, committee members. This agenda comes before you following the January 1st, 2025 amalgamation with the former Village of Caroline. In present day, there are several signs within the hamlet of Caroline that continue to reference the former Village of Caroline. Administration has identified these locations and is seeking direction on how to proceed with potential updates in 2026. Would the committee like me to go by each section or one by one, or reference all of them at once?
I think if you wanted to go through each one, and then if the committee has questions or so on after, yeah, going through them would be fine.
So the first of the 3 components or signage locations is the administration building sign. This is the wooden frame outside the administration building. It currently references Village of Caroline. The replacement sign would reflect Clearwater County branding and identify the building as the Caroline Administration Office. The estimated cost is approximately $600, and administration is looking for council's direction if we may proceed with that, or if you have any recommendations or changes to that.
would you be looking for a motion on each one of these items?
Yes.
Okay. So is there discussion? Yeah, I've actually been wondering about signs. I've seen the village on there, but it's,
There is an attachment as well for council's reference to have a visual on the last page of this agenda item.
okay, so we'd be looking for a motion to update or to approve the change to the current signage that references the former village to update it for Clearwater County and with the estimated cost range of $600. Deputy Reeve McKay.
Thank you, Reeve. Because that office is now technically the Clearwater County office, correct? And with the low cost of this replacement, I would make the motion to replace that sign as recommended by administration.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor from Deputy Reeve McKay to update the current Caroline, former village of Caroline signage with the cost estimate of $600 plus GST. Is there any further discussion? If not, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Councillor Cermak?
I oppose.
Okay, all those opposed? Okay, that motion is passed. Did you have any comments on that, Councillor Cermak, or?
Yeah, I just don't see, I think we need to look at how long this office is gonna be open. Have we decided what we're doing with the office there? No other hamlet in our county has their own office. I know that Caroline is quite unique, that it's quite a bit bigger than any of our other hamlets and have a lot more to do. But I think all hamlets should be treated the same. I think just changing the village to hamlet would suffice that sign for now. And that would cost maybe $50.
Okay, thank you very much.
That's my opinion.
Okay, I do remember, I can't remember the exact time frame, but I remember through amalgamation discussions and deliberations, there was a time frame that it was agreed upon that the village office and staff would remain in place to create, for less disruption to the community, but if administration has any comments on that, if not, we will move on to the next item. Okay, we'll move on to the next item, street intersection signs.
So there are approximately 50 intersection signs within the hamlet of Caroline. Administration is proposing to replace these signs because at the very top in a semicircular design, they reference Village of Caroline. The replacement would involve replacing these with standard green municipal signs, consistent with current county standards to be consistent, as Councillor Cermak mentioned, with other hamlets. The estimated cost is approximately between $2,300 and $2,500, and this is just fabrication plus GST.
Deputy Reeve McKay.
So would the cost of installation be on top of that $2,500?
The installation will be done by a public works staff.
Right, but I mean, there's still a cost to that, right? They could be doing something else.
I may defer to our public works.
Like, I don't know how many signs there are, and, 58, it says right there. So that's a few. I don't know.
Morning, everybody. Yeah, it would be on top of that for sure. It would be fairly minor though.
Like a day kind of thing?
Yeah, for sure. Less probably, but 2 bolts per sign, so it goes pretty quick.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. It's very hard to notice that. I didn't even realize that those signs said Caroline on them, so I don't know if this is something anybody's feels is necessary.
First, I would just like to note Councillor Ledwin has joined us here in the committee meeting, and Councillor McCully has a question here, I think, or a comment. Please go ahead.
I zoomed in on the top of the sign and it looks like a sticker. Is it removable?
It is painted, it looks like, but
Okay.
some of them are stickers, I think, but it's got the weird arch there too that doesn't
Yeah.
look like the rest of our signs.
Okay.
Councillor Cermak.
Yeah, when you go to change these signs, you're gonna have to have a lift. They're tall enough that you can't just reach them, or are they?
I think they'd be okay off the back of a truck or a step ladder. They're 6 to 8 feet kind of things.
So it's no extra equipment? or
No,
anything.
it's pretty simple.
And you figure how much to do the change?
That wouldn't cost a whole bunch. One day, we'd get it done in one day with one guy.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Okay, any other questions? There was also a grant that was for the amalgamation. I know it doesn't, the grant amount was not even close to, you know, meeting the needs for all the infrastructure deficit that is there, but could that grant fund, those grant funds be used for replacement of these signs and updating them so that it no longer reflects the former village, which doesn't exist?
I'll defer that question to Tracy Haight.
Ms. Aid?
Yes, there is that transitional grant that the county received from the province. However, I do believe that most of the grant funds will be used in larger projects like the wastewater lagoon.
Okay, thank you very much for that. So we'd be looking for a motion or comments or suggestions other than what's been presented here to update the signs in the former village of Caroline, the new hamlet of Caroline. Councillor Cermak.
Thank you. I don't like spending money, but I think that this will give this village exactly the same as the rest of our hamlets. I shouldn't say village, I should say the hamlet of Caroline. $2,500 is a lot of money just for signs that are already there in place, and they look really nice, the ones that are there. I have a problem with this, but I guess if we're gonna be having the new hamlet of Caroline, they should look like the rest of our hamlets. So I will make a motion to, for the estimated cost of $2,320 to $2,500 to change the signs at the hamlet of Caroline.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cermak makes the motion to approve the requested funding to update the street intersection signs. Before I call the question, Councillor Humphrey.
Yeah, I just, in looking at the existing signs, and I agree with Councillor Cermak that they do look quite nice there, and I'm not sure if we need to spend that extra money to make all our hamlets the same when there's no, if there is no other hamlet that's bordering it. You know, I'm not sure it would be noticed. I'm not sure if it's an issue or not. So I'm just throwing this out there for everybody to think about, because mentioned earlier with you know, whether we could have stickers made that said Hamlet of Caroline that would fit over top of that, if that would be cheaper, and just replace the Village of Caroline part of the sign just with a sticker that said Hamlet of Caroline for a much smaller cost, and stay with the white signs as opposed to the green. I'm not sure it's a big enough item to do. Throwing it out there so everybody else can give it a ponder and have their say.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Humphrey. Question I do have, what happens with the old Village of Caroline signs? Because those, are they gonna go in the museum or something like that, or auctioned off, or what happens with those? Because what happens with the old signs?
Are you referring to the entrance signs? Or
Yeah.
to the,
Yeah, any sign that says the Village of Caroline, because it is no more.
we could certainly look at
happens
talking to
with
the
those?
museum about that.
Yeah. Yeah, because it doesn't exist anymore. Okay, well, there's a motion on the floor to recommend to council the funding request for the upgrade of the intersection signs to create standards with consistency of the other hamlets. I will call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? Okay, motion is carried. Item number 3, hamlet entrance signs. And again, pass it back to administration.
So the final component of this agenda item is the hamlet entrance signs. So this is specifically the north, west, south, and east hamlet boundaries. The existing signs state "Welcome to Village of Caroline," and administration has identified the following alternatives. The first alternative is to replace all 4 directions with a standard green road sign. So the removal of the existing signs and boards would be replaced with standard green. The north and south, east and west would have a green sign with 2 rows of text saying "Welcome to Caroline." The estimated cost is $380 to $420. The second alternative is to update the hamlet branding. So this would specifically be for the east and west boundaries. Administration has proposed that the redesign would be done internally. So as per the sample there, we've just basically updated the colors so they're brighter, and we've removed Village of Caroline and replaced that with Hamlet of Caroline. The estimated cost is approximately $2,400. So the north and south would be green, east and west would be replaced with a new sign. The third alternative is to keep the north and west in a standard green sign, but the east and west would be replaced by a brand new sign that's community-driven through public engagement. The approximate cost of this could be anywhere from $10,000 to $15,000, depending on council's desire on what level of engagement they would like to engage in.
Thank you very much. Deputy Reeve McKay.
Are there currently signs going north and south?
They
don't
are
recall.
they are small signs, say hamlet or village boundary.
Okay. With regards to the east and west, that seems like somebody put a lot of work into these signs. They're a nice sign that they're not in disrepair. Would it not make sense just to get a decal like we do in the oil and gas industry and put hamlet over village? At virtually no cost?
Speaking with the Public Works staff, the sign is starting to peel a little bit. There is signs of UV damage and peeling just from wear and tear. This sign was
Okay.
last updated 12 years ago, so it would need, the entire board itself would need relamination.
I see. Thank you.
Is there any other comments or suggestions, thoughts, discussion? If not, we'd be looking for a motion on one of these options. Or we can move, we can always come back to this, and we can give the committee some time to ponder this. Maybe we'll move down to item number 3, and we'll come back to this item. No discussions on these signs, huh? What's everybody's thoughts? Councillor McCauley.
I think, just thoughts, a community-driven entrance sign, something that, you know, speaks to Caroline. I think, you know, let the public see what their thoughts are on the signs. We have a meeting beginning of February in Caroline. Could we maybe table this and see what the thoughts are in Caroline and move from there? Could that be added to what we're doing in, you know, next week? Is that Tuesday? Just thought.
Okay, so possibly have a public engagement session to have an updated sign for the new hamlet of Caroline. Councillor Humphrey?
Yeah, I don't think alternative 3 with design a new community sign, when you look at the engagement and design process of being 10 to 15,000, and I think we have so much, so many bigger issues to deal with and expenses on the Caroline end with the water and sewer and all the issues that we have there. I would like to suggest that I like the branding that they have going in there, and perhaps that custom entrance signs on east-west at approximately the 2,000 and and the standard green signage for the north-south, I think that might be our best and least expensive alternative at this time. Anyhow, it still gives a, you know, as was pointed out, it's still a nice sign coming into Caroline on the main highway from the east and west. And at quite a substantial savings as opposed to trying to design a whole new sign and everything. So I would even make a motion that we just go with alternative 2.
Okay. Councillor Humphrey makes, I guess we'll deal with this, yeah. So Councillor Humphrey makes the motion for alternative number 2 to update the hamlet branding, east and west boundaries with the custom entrance signs for approximately $2,000 and the standard green signs on the north-south access to Caroline for the $200. Councillor Powell.
No, I was gonna make the same motion as Councillor Humphrey.
Okay, Deputy Reeve McKay.
I am essentially in agreement with these two councillors, but does it have to say Hamlet of Caroline? Like, why can't it just say welcome to Caroline? The whole Hamlet thing seems almost demeaning in a way. Like, do we have signs that say Hamlet of Condor and Hamlet of Leslieville? I don't believe we do. Like I don't know, if I was to live in Caroline, to me it would be insulting, but that's just me.
Councillor, that one.
I think if you don't know where you're going, you shouldn't be on the road. Like, if you don't know it's Caroline, you don't know it's Leslieville, you don't know it's Alhambra, you don't know if it's Rocky Mountain House.
The official status of Caroline is now a hamlet. And if administration might want to, are there other signs at Condor or any of the other hamlets in the community?
Welcome to Condor, and welcome to Leslieville. It just seems like it's adding insult to injury.
There is currently a sign, welcome to Condor, on the road. It's closer to Highway 11. Hamlet of Leslieville has a sign. It's currently not up, but it will be put back up at Public Works. And then Nordig also has their main sign from the highway.
Same comment to everyone?
The Leslieville and Condor say Hamlet. Nordig, I believe, does not.
I don't think Condor says Hamlet on it.
I do have one question, just for local residents and even people that come through the area. The difference between a hamlet and a village. If administration, just for village has its own level of governance, where hamlet does not. But Mr. Emmons, if you could just, maybe just for people that are coming through the region, so they know the difference between the village and or hamlet.
Absolutely, Mr. Chair. So a lot of people actually associate the connotation to population, which isn't accurate. It's more around sustainability because the primary difference between a hamlet falls within the municipality that borders it. It still has defined borders, but it falls under Clearwater County's umbrella, whereas a village or a town is autonomous and they are their own municipality with their own council and administration.
Yeah, valid points on both sides for the discussion. Councillor Cermak.
I like Councillor McKay idea of just changing the village to a hamlet for the time being until we hear from maybe our meeting that we're going to have out there in the near future. I think those signs will last at least another couple years because they still look pretty good. And if you don't like the idea of putting a sticker over the village and hamlet, paint over it and have somebody paint hamlet on it to make it look like it's part of the sign. Because we're not changing the sign a whole bunch. We're leaving the mountains there, we're just changing a little bit. I just don't see the expense rate at this time to do that. For $10,000 to $15,000 to change 2 signs. I like the idea of the green ones on the north and south to make them the same as the rest of the hamlets. I'm a big believer in that the rest of the hamlets should look like the rest of the hamlets in Clearwater County.
So the motion on the floor, Councillor Cermak, just, the motion on the floor is to, is not for the $10,000 to $15,000. It's for it'd be roughly $2,200, and that would update all 4 signs, the east and west and north and south signs. So it would be the $2,200 to update to accurately reflect the new hamlet of Caroline for the $2,200, not the $10,000 to $15,000. Yeah, so alternative number 2. And we do have a motion on the floor. Councillor Letwin.
Yes, thank you. Doesn't the Department of Transportation from the province put up big green signs saying Leslieville, Caroline, Alhambra? This is over and above, correct?
This would be entering the boundaries of the hamlet, but
Like the big green signs that say, turn here for Leslieville or whatever. Or, well, not welcome, but, a direct response.
Yeah.
Downside. Or hamlet.
it is a provincial highway that goes, Highway 54 goes through Caroline, but maybe I'll ask administration to provide some input on that, if the province would provide the signs or indicate signs.
Well, every place I've been, they have a big green sign. The province, the Department of Transportation or whatever, provincial, has a sign.
Yep.
So this is over and above for advertisement purposes or whatever. I don't know if taxpayers should be responsible for floweryism.
Okay, no, I'll ask, thank you for the question, and Mr. Edmonds.
Thank you. So Alberta Transportation, actually, their guidelines, their policy is any sign deemed by them that is to direct or inform a municipal traveler, the county would pay for. So in other words, if I may, the white on green Wall Street sign on Highway 11, that would actually be Clearwater County's responsibility to replace, maintain as Arbutus, as Beaver Flats, because it's deemed directing municipal traffic onto a municipal road. Saying that, the Caroline white on green, as this is not a transportation, that would also be Clearwater County's responsibility to purchase as well. You're welcome.
Okay, no, the motion is on the floor. There's a motion on the floor for alternative number 2 from Councillor Humphrey. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? Motion is carried. Moving on in the agenda to item 5.1, bylaw review, 1049-18, Chief Administrative Officer, page 18 of the agenda. And I'll pass the floor over to administration to present this item. Ms. Haight, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Reeve Northcott. So in this agenda item, I've attached the current CAO bylaw. Also, the next attachment shows draft revisions. Wording that's been added is in red bold font, and wording that's been removed is with the black strikeout. And then the final attachment is a clean version just for easier reading. All of the changes that, the proposed changes to the current bylaw is meant to align with current legislation, to clearly define roles and responsibilities. It also strengthens accountability. It clarifies authority of the CAO. It reflects governance best practices and provides clarity of roles and authority for each of those roles. So if I could just note on page 22 of the agenda, and just provide some explanation as to why some of these amendments were made. In the first part of a bylaw, it's called the preamble, and that is where you see these clauses. And these whereas clauses, they provide the factual reasons for having a bylaw. So whereas the MGA, that is the major piece of legislation that is guiding the development of this bylaw. And it also, in the whereas clauses, it also explains that the MGA provides that council may by bylaw delegate any of its powers, duties, or functions under the act or any other enactment or bylaw to any person unless an enactment or bylaw provides otherwise. Now, the MGA does allow council to delegate some of its authority to the CAO, excepting for adopting bylaws, appointing the chief administrative officer, also approving budgets. That is something that council cannot pass on to another committee or another person. It must stay with council. However, in the MGA, there are references to certain things that council also has authority to approve or adopt or appoint, but there is an act that allows council to delegate those activities. So for example, in the Ag Pest Act, Weed Control Act, Soil Conservation Act, the Alberta Environmental Protection and Enhancement Act, the Forest and Prairie Protection Act, and the Emergency Act, all of those enactments allow a local authority to appoint officers to certain positions. Now, that is one duty. Because it says local authority, that means that council can delegate the power to appoint to the CAO. Any questions on the preamble part?
I'm not seeing any questions at this time or comments, Ms. Haight.
Okay. On page 23 of the bylaw, you can see that part 2, the purpose, has been added. Again, it was, that section was missing from the previous bylaw. So again, the purpose of this bylaw is to establish the position of the CAO. It's to give the position of the CIO the title of Chief Administrative Officer, and to delegate any or all of council's powers, duties, or functions unless any other enactment provides otherwise. Moving on into part 3, definitions. There was an additional definition for senior management employee, and that is because senior management employee is referenced later on in the document, in the bylaw, when it is speaking to appointment or delegating an acting CAO. And I'll provide a little bit more detail when we hit that section. Part 4, appointments, terms, and conditions. Now, this has been expanded to include some of the authority that the CAO has currently, but the current bylaw didn't speak to it. So these added sections just add more clarity and just add some details on that authority. So, for example, the CAO is accountable to council for the exercise of all the powers and duties and functions delegated to the CAO. The next section that was added is 4.5, And council shall deal with matters of the municipality's administration and operation solely through the CAO. That's just to clearly define the differences between the roles of council and the CAO. Item 4.6, the CAO terms and conditions of employment, including remuneration, must be set out in a written employment agreement between the CAO and the municipality, approved by council and executed by the REEV on behalf of the municipality, that is consistent with any provisions of the Act or any other enactment of this bylaw. There again, that's just to really add some clarity on the responsibilities of council and to just clearly define the expectations when council does hire a CAO, hire and appoint a CAO. Another one of council's duties is that they have to provide the CAO with an annual written performance evaluation. Council may also suspend, revoke, or terminate the CAO in accordance with the Act and the terms and conditions of the employment agreement. 4.9, if the CAO position is vacant for any reason, council shall appoint a person as interim CAO. This item has been added to, again, to just be more concise and add clarity. Due to legislative changes in the MGA, council may only appoint a person. Previously, it was council could appoint more than one as a CAO, but they've changed that. Excuse me. Part 5, general powers, authority, and duties. Again, these sections have been added to just really add some additional detail and to add clarity. Under authority, in items 5.3.1 and all the way to 5.3.6, this is just to add further details and define the separate roles between council and administration. In section 5.37 on page 25, operations, this is where it explicitly states that the CAO now has the power to appoint or delegate municipal employees as inspectors and under these various acts. Previously, council made those appointments during the organizational meeting. Now, this is a decision that council can make. Do they wish to have the CAO take over that minor duty, thus freeing up council some time, shortening up the organizational meeting time, making it more efficient? Or does council still wish to retain that authority to designate municipal employees according to these acts? So that's a question for discussion.
Under that item, Ms. Haight, to find efficiencies, that item is, do most municipalities, does the CAO appoint the inspectors, and as indicated in 5.3.7, or is it generally by other municipalities? It's mostly done by councils during their organizational meeting.
During research, yes, there are municipalities that have delegated that activity, that authority to the CAO. I did do municipal comparisons with several municipal bylaws, and it was about 50-50.
Okay, I guess I'll provide a comment on it. I know at the previous organizational meetings, sometimes the members that are appointed, council's never met. The members that are being appointed, but the CAO would know all of staff and know the the inspectors that are being appointed to these positions, probably on more of a work style relationship, and where I know sitting on the council side, often I've never met the individuals. I don't really know them other than on a piece of paper. So in my opinion, I think this might be appropriate. Deputy Reeve McKay.
Thank you, Reeve. I'd just like to take that one step further. Should it not be the director of those departments that is appointing these positions? Agriculture and emergency services? I don't understand how this would even involve a CAO or council.
According to legislation, each one of these acts refers to a municipality or a local authority. That's a requirement that they must do. They must appoint officials to carry out legislation for each of these acts. Now, yes, the CAO can delegate that authority to a director if the CAO chooses. But seeing as that the CAO is considered the head of the local public body, it is a responsibility for the CAO to at least oversee. And if the CAO does choose to delegate to the director, that's the second level of, so to speak, command, chain of command. Does that answer your question?
It does in a way, I guess. In the view of the hierarchy of authority, you would just assume that the director of that department would be the one most qualified to hire for that department.
Yes, you're right. However, should there be organizational changes made to the structure of the organization, and perhaps maybe that department no longer has a director?
In which case it would be the responsibility of the CAO.
Exactly.
By default, yeah.
Exactly. So rather than moving backwards, it starts with the CAO. The CAO can then further delegate down to the directors to make appointments, as opposed to going the opposite direction, like directors delegated and then the directors having to delegate to the CAO. It starts at the CAO level, moves down as far as delegation of authority, as opposed to directors being delegated authority and moving that up to the CAO. If the CAO has the full authority to delegate, that should just cover everything.
Councillor McCauley.
On delegation, can you explain section 2.3?
2.3?
Yes, please.
To delegate any or all of council's powers, duties, or functions under the act or any other enactment or a bylaw, unless an enactment or bylaw provides otherwise. So what this means then is that council has the authority to delegate any of its powers, duties, or functions under the MGA unless there is another enactment or a bylaw that prohibits that. And so it does seem a little confusing because that section is in the MGA along with an enactment of the MGA in, it's in section 203 of the MGA. A council may by bylaw delegate any of its powers, duties, or functions under this or any other enactment or a bylaw to a council committee or any person unless an enactment or bylaw provides otherwise. It also goes on to further to say a council may not delegate its power or duty to pass bylaws, its power to make, suspend, or revoke the appointment of a person to the position of a CAO, its power to adopt budgets, its power with respect to taxes under section 347, and a duty to decide appeals imposed on it by this or another enactment or bylaw. And then in subsection 3, council, when delegating a matter to a council committee or CAO, may authorize the committee or officer to further delegate the matter. Does that help?
Yes and no. Does that allow a CEO to perform council functions if they're delegated to him?
By
Them?
bylaw, yes.
All functions?
No.
Just limit, okay. Does that have to be explained in there? Because it doesn't really say it's limited.
It does explain unless an enactment or bylaw provides otherwise.
Okay.
And then under the section authority, it does itemize the different types of actions that a CAO has been delegated. So for example, they can further delegate the CAO's authorities to another employee. They can designate a senior management employee as acting CAO during temporary absences of the CAO and delegate all the powers, duties, and functions of the CAO to the acting CAO. And that's so that there is a head of the local public body in place at all times during vacations, temporary leaves of absence, sickness, or for any reason, for temporary absence. So the CAO also has the authority to establish and approve administrative employment policies and procedures, standards, manuals, and guidelines applicable to the operation and administration of the county and its employees, hire, appoint, dismiss, promote, demote, or discipline any municipal employees, supervise, direct, and review the performance of all employees, establish the organizational structure of administrative departments, including adding, merging, dividing, and eliminating departments. The CAO shall advise council in advance of implementing any organizational change. These are all duties or authorities that the CAO, that council may wish, and it is advisable because, again, council has a different role regarding governance, and the CAO has a different role regarding administrative duties, and all of these items in this section are administrative duties.
Councillor McCauley, do you have any further
No,
questions or
thank-
comments? Okay. Deputy Reeve McKay.
Thank you. Just for the interest of simplifying, could we not just add the word appoint to 5.3.5, which would completely eliminate 5.3.7? And just add as per the act?
You said 5.3.5?
Yes, could we not add the word appoint after supervise, and then at the end just put as per the act?
Okay.
I don't know, it seems like we're adding a lot to this, and it's getting a little convoluted, but that's just my little brain.
Thank you for the comments.
Sorry, and then were you also thinking of deleting a section?
5.3.7,
5.3.7.
would that, I'm just asking the question, would that, would that level of detail be required?
It is helpful to have a level of detail, a certain level of detail in a bylaw, because bylaws are often used for direction. 5 years down the road, this bylaw, should nobody be here in 5 years that was here in making this bylaw, anybody can take a look at this, and then this bylaw does provide them with direction.
So with that, should we include more in 5.3.7 then and make it more concise and list every single employee that the CAO does appoint, which would be every single employee within administration?
If I'm understanding correctly, I don't think that that would serve the purpose. The CAO shouldn't appoint every single employee. There are different positions in the operations, and there are positions of a higher level of authority. So if you wanted to include something like that in the bylaw, then it should be very specific as to which positions would have that authority.
Well, that's exactly what I'm saying. We're getting very specific about certain positions, but we don't know what other positions also fall under. Like, we have an extremely vague clause in 5.3.5, and then in 5.3.7, we get extremely specific. So is there more that should be under the specific positions?
These appointments are as required by the various acts. There isn't any other acts that require appointments of designated officers, so to speak. These are a list of all of the acts that require specific appointments according to those legislation in those acts. So for example, the Ag, Pest and Weed Control Act, it requires designation, appointment of these officers because they have to carry out direction from legislation. That legislation gives them the authority. Those officers must meet certain training requirements, and the same goes for all of these acts. If it can't be just any employee, but for the sake of the bylaw, it does generally speak to municipal employees in a vague sense. But the CAO would, as part of his authority, the CAO would determine whether or not that appointment to that employee met the legislation in each of these acts.
Do you have further questions or comments, Deputy Reeve McKay? Got this.
When we get into this, into these legal documentations that seem to be expanding at a ridiculous rate, and we're adding sweeping powers to certain people, and on this side of the table, we don't completely understand why, because obviously we haven't read every act that there is in the Alberta.
Right. And I would just like to point out that not sweeping powers,
Well, 5.3.5 is a brand new addition that is essentially a sweeping power over the entire municipality. And then
5.3.5, that's speaking directly to administrative duties for like the organization.
and I understand that, but it's something that's been added to this document. It was never in this document previously. It's brand new language, brand new point to this document. And It's just,
It does expand on 5.3.4, where it says hire, appoint, dismiss, promote, demote, reward, or discipline any municipal employee. 5.3.5 just expands on that, so that the CAO has authority to supervise, direct, and review the performance of all employees.
right, instead of having issues brought to the CAO, which 5.3.4 would insinuate, right, there would be disciplinary action if something was brought to them. Now, 5.3.5 gives the CAO the power to oversee, supervise, get involved with every single aspect of every employee's job every day, which is an overarching, sweeping, overreaching power. That it just, it seems like something very strange to add, I guess.
It can definitely be removed.
Like, I understand 5.3.4, a director brings an issue with an employee to the CAO, it gets dealt with. 5.3.5 allows the CAO at his own discretion to go to any employee for any reason and involve themselves with their day-to-day operations, and it just, I can see it creating, not necessarily with the current administration, but as this county moves forward, I could see that being a real problem.
And it can definitely be removed.
Just my thoughts. Anybody else?
Is there any more comments at this time? Or do you have anything else on this item? If not, I'm gonna move over to Counselor Let when your light was on first. Please go ahead.
How has the county survived this long without these reforms?
There's always been a bylaw in place for the CAO position. These are just proposed amendments to bring up the bylaw to current day. Like the previous bylaw was developed in 2018. So this is just.
It seems like a lot of, no pun intended, but a lot of red tape. And it just seems to be adjusting a lot of power from Congress, or from council, pardon me, to the CAO and one thing or another. And from what little I understand is the CAO is a representative between council and the employees and not giving, and he doesn't have the direct power to discipline, manage all the people. But I got a small brain too, I'm sorry. There's a lot of red tape here.
Yeah, well, as the head of the public body, as the head of the organization, that comes with it definite administrative authorities. Like there is no other position, employee position that is higher than the CAO. Directors are answerable, accountable to the CAO. The CAO has the authority to hire directors. And in the event that there's not a director to do the hiring, then the CAO would do the hiring.
Right. Was this brought forward, is this an annual thing that comes up forward? Or was a previous council brought forward with these documents and they've been revised since?
It's not an annual review, but bylaws in general should be reviewed. There's certain bylaws that should be reviewed every term. And this bylaw is, you know, a little late.
It looks a little extensive also.
And definitely if council feels that there is wording in here that should be removed, just need to identify that wording and it can be struck out and changed. It's completely, bylaws are council's instruments. It's up to council to decide the wording that goes into the bylaw. There are certain rules for bylaws. Like council can't put something in a bylaw that goes against legislation.
No.
But as long as, like, it's their instrument, and if council is not satisfied with the wording, it can be changed, it can be deleted, wording can be added. These are just simply proposed amendments, and if council doesn't feel that, for example, 5.3.5 should be removed, it can definitely come out.
Like I say, I got a small brain too, and I'm just wondering who brought all this forward. Was it, administration or was it council?
Well, it's council. Council will be taking steps to hire a new CAO. And it is best practice advisable to make sure that the bylaw, which is required by legislation, is up to date as possible.
Oh, I see. So
So-
our bylaws have been out of date then, up to this point.
Well, this, like I said, the current bylaw was reviewed and revised in 2018. So it's definitely due for a review, and especially when council is about to start the process for hiring a new CAO.
Thank you.
Thank you for the comments. Before I go to Councillor Humphrey and Councillor McCauley, I do have a question, Ms. Haight, and thank you very much for all the clarification and the information for council. In item 5.3.5, for the CAO to be able to supervise, direct, and review the performance of all employees, I understand the desire to reduce and simplify and maybe get rid of some red tape. However, is this just maybe those duties would have been, they're done by the CAO. Would be just 5.3.5 would just clarify the CAO's role in supervising, directing, and reviewing the performance of employees, just to clarify and update this bylaw.
Yes, certainly. Like the added wording here is again, just the intent was to just really be very concise, to just add clarity. But if it's not achieving those goals, then we need to change the wording.
Thank you, and I also do have one more comment. And 5.3.7 for the operations for the appointments, for the inspectors of the Agricultural Pest Act, the Weed Control Act, Soil Conservation Act. Those appointments, can they be done? Is it possible to have those appointments done by the Agricultural Service Board?
If council wishes to delegate that authority to that board, they can do so. It would require then amendments to the ASB committee
And
bylaw, which is coming up next.
that would still give the community.
There are pros and cons to that, though.
Okay,
Because the appointment is, or should be, must be, a municipal employee, for simplicity's sake and for ease of understanding, it may be simpler to just have the CAO make those appointments as opposed to divvying up, okay, like, having the CAO make some of these appointments and then another board or committee makes some of these appointments. It may be simpler to just have it all in one as opposed to dividing up the authority. But again, it's completely up to council. If they want to designate a committee or board, they can do that according to the MGA.
okay, no, thank you very much for that. We'll take 2 more questions from Councillors McCauley and Humphrey, and then we're going to take a 10-minute break. Councillor McCauley.
On that 5.3, whatever the number was, sorry.
5.3.5?
Isn't that already in the previous bylaw? We're just clarifying it a little further, because it does have in 4.3.1, hire, dismiss, promote, demote, reward from the prior bylaw. The stuff, the wording is already there.
Yes, that's correct. In 5.3.4, it does speak about authority for municipal employees. And 5.3.5 just sort of expands on that and includes the performance, the review of performance
So these
of
aren't
employees.
new powers. Nothing new is being granted with that, with those
No.
subset, with
Yeah.
the headings. They're just sort of
Yeah.
being reworded and clarified.
No, the only new authority granted would be under operations, 5.3.7, appointing municipal employees as inspectors under these various acts. Previously, council had done those appointments during the organizational meeting, and the appointments are municipal staff that are trained and know the legislation for each of these. And council would just receive the names of those employees and make the appointment. So this was just one way of perhaps simplifying it for council, making the organizational meeting a little bit more efficient, and just passing on this authority to the CAO.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Ms. Haight. Councillor Humphrey.
So, and I think I'm getting this pretty well clarified as the questions I wanted to ask have been going around. So 5.3.7 allows us to delegate to the CAO that he hires the employees for the agricultural, under the Agricultural Pest Act. That he doesn't delegate it further, that he's the one that hires those, does the hiring of that instead of the council? Or does it?
Not hire,
Or appoints?
but just appoints. The hiring's already been done.
But he appoints it, he doesn't delegate it any further down from there, it's stating that he's the one that appoints it, that's correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and the other ones, like 5.3.5, so that's, on 5.3.7, it's stating that he must, the CAO is the one that will appoint on 5.3.7, but on like 5.3.5, that he supervise, direct, and review the performance of all employees. He can, but he doesn't necessarily have to on that one, right? He can delegate that down to his director to do that and such.
Exactly.
Correct?
Exactly.
Yeah, so that's those are, he has the right to, and whoever's running the show, we have to have somebody directing it. That would be our CAO, somebody in charge. So he has the ability to go and talk to anybody, check on any employee that he wants, but he doesn't have to do all of those.
Exactly,
Yeah.
and administratively, the organization has administrative employment policies and procedures. And in those employment policies, it speaks directly to that. It says in the policy that directors under the authority of the CAO has the ability, the right to manage their department employees, and they're responsible for supervising and hiring and firing and all that type of thing. But this 5.3.5 just sort of looks into the future, and it's like trying to kind of cover, I guess, as many bases as possible, but still stay somewhat general in speaking. In the event, say that there's a problem with a director, say a director has an employee that's under them, and that employee is the director's favorite. And that employee is maybe doing things or getting away with things, and the director's not doing anything about it. The organization should have somebody at the head who is responsible and in charge, so that that head person can override, I guess, or overrule a director that's not doing their job. That's why there's clauses like that in a bylaw. It's to just, giving that general guideline, that encompassing authority. And then the administrative policies also play a part in that. They break it down into further detail.
Yep.
If that helps explain.
It does. Thanks for clarifying that and.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
That's exactly like what you said, that's exactly it.
Thank you very much, Ms. Haight, for all the information and explaining the bylaw, and there's a desire here and by this council to take detailed consideration into this bylaw. But at this time, we'll take a short break and we'll be back at 10:30. welcome back from our break, and we're just continuing on with the bylaw review here. Are there any more? We've just previously had some discussions in item 5.3.7 and 5.3.5. Councillor Cermak.
I'm okay with those two. I have a question on 4.9. It says if the chief administration officer position is vacant for any reason, council shall appoint a person as an interim chief administration officer. So we don't have one appointed now because we have a CAO.
The current bylaw does state that there's a deputy chief administrative officer appointed. However, because of legislative changes, the amendments to the MGA state that the council must appoint a person, whereas previously, council had the ability to appoint more than one person. Thus, the previous bylaw included the position of a deputy CAO. But legislative changes have dictated that it must be a person, and only one person can hold that position. So if that position becomes vacant due to the retirement of a CAO, then council must appoint a person to act as interim CAO until they hire a new CAO.
Okay, so for clarification, we do not have a deputy CAO as at this moment.
It's not included in the revisions. That, in the previous bylaw, that was in item 3.3, and you can see that that's been struck out.
So if something happened to Rick, just for example, today, and we need a new CAO, we would have to have a special meeting to appoint somebody so that we weren't without a CAO.
Well, there's two different scenarios. One scenario is if the position becomes vacant, and that means that the current CAO quits, retires,
Keel's over
like
dead.
that position, like that, there's no person in that position.
Yeah.
The second scenario is if the CAO goes on holidays or is on sick leave, or like he's currently in that position of CAO, but he can't come to the office. Then the CAO can delegate an acting CAO, and that's just temporary.
Oh, so the CAO can do that.
They can designate an acting CAO, somebody to be in that position until he can get back to the office.
And if he is dead,
If the
he can't
position,
appoint anybody, so we have to do that.
yes, council has to appoint, if that position becomes suddenly vacant, then council must appoint the interim CAO. And that would be like a semi-permanent position, so to speak, until council hires an official CAO.
Wouldn't it be easier for us to have a deputy CAO already appointed?
My interpretation of the legislation is that because it's been changed to a person, you have a CAO, you cannot have a deputy CAO.
That's really dumb as far as I'm concerned.
Are there any, Councilor Cermak, do you have more comments or questions on the?
I would like a bit of clarification, and then that's the way the act reads. We need to change the act, or lobby the provincial government to have it changed. Because I mean, if something drastic happens to our CAO, we don't have that then.
Well, then that then becomes council's authority to appoint an interim CAO. And they must do that. They must appoint an interim CAO. But with, like, the situation is that with, under the amended legislation, you can't have more than one person filling that role at the same time.
True.
And so that's why 3.3 was removed, because technically that's two people filling the one role.
Okay, thanks.
I'm gonna go Mr. Hagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Perhaps I can provide a little history as to illustrate. I am currently appointed by council as the deputy CAO, so my responsibility is to fill in for Rick if he's temporarily unavailable. Twice in my time with Clearwater County, the position of CAO has been vacant, and each time the council has appointed me as the interim CAO. So I had the responsibility of holding that office then, while council went through a recruitment process to fill. Once the position was filled with a permanent CAO, I was relinquished of my interim CAO responsibilities. Does that help? So it's as Ms. Haight said, if the CAO is temporarily unavailable, he can appoint somebody else to fill in. But if the position's vacant, there is no CAO, the MGA requires there has to be a CAO, but it saves council appointing someone as a permanent CAO and then maybe switching that to someone else. They're just interim for a period of time.
Thank you. And in the past, yeah, we've had, Mr. Emmons has appointed, in the past 4 years, there was 2 directors that were appointed for a short period of time as the acting CAO, and I also do recall Mr. Hagan as being the interim CAO when the position of CAO was vacant. Deputy Reeve McKay.
If there's no further discussion on that matter, everybody's good with that? I just want to go back to 5.3.5 just for point of clarity, and this is more for Mr. Ammons. With regards to these duties, supervise, direct, review the performance of all employees, is that language already contained in the administrative bylaws or responsibilities per se that council is not privy to?
It truly is already encapsulated, and if I may provide council maybe a measure of comfort, other legislation comes in as well. And all it does is open up the opportunity for varying degrees of really performance management depending on the circumstances. Legislation also dictates through the ombudsman proceedings that we've been through that an individual involved in the investigation cannot be involved in the disciplinary action because it creates a bias. My personal opinion, you're missing out on a lot of the facts through the investigation to come to a conclusion, but that is not what's supported by legislation. So in other words, depending on the circumstances, a director may say, you know what, I need to step back in consultation with the CAO. Maybe the CAO is more involved in the investigative process through that time, so that the director can at the end of the day make a decision, or vice versa. So it truly isn't about micromanaging. It is about overseeing and the ability to, if that does help.
Yes, it does, and thank you for that, and I just wanted that brought forward for information that it was my understanding that this is an entirely new responsibility, but in fact, it's just adding to this bylaw the language and responsibilities that already exist in administrative responsibilities. Just want to make that clear.
Okay, Ms. Powell. Ms. Powell, I can't see your microphone at this point in time, but if you were just able to, yeah, just a little, it doesn't kind of have to go that high. I just cannot tell if it's there. I can't see it. If there's any motion to amend this proposed bylaw amendments or a motion to recommend this bylaw, the adoption of this bylaw to council. Ms. Haight, please go ahead.
Yes, if I may just continue
Yes, please.
on, there's a couple of other items that I wanted to bring to council's attention in this bylaw. So item 5.3.8, again, exactly as Councillor McKay had said, this item speaks specifically to legal counsel, legal advice. And again, it's just addition to the bylaw to just clarify what is already currently in place for the CAO. So the CAO has the authority to retain and instruct legal counsel on matters involving any actual or potential legal proceedings involving the county. Now, the CAO had that ability prior to, but it was never specifically addressed in the bylaw. And so it's been added in there just for clarity's sake.
Thank you very much. I do have a question on that, Ms. Haight. Budgetary. Is there a budget limit on retaining legal counsel? And that would be in the CAO's approved budget, I'm assuming?
That would be in council, each department budget. There is a general ledger line for contracted services, which covers legal proceedings. And those amounts are presented to council during budget deliberations. And so council has the ability at that time to review that budget line and make any changes that they wish or approve as is. But it is included in budget, in operating budgets.
Okay, thank you very much.
The next item is recovery of taxes related to land. Again, this is an authority that previously council undertook. Should there be property that was past due on taxes, and there are legislative requirements that have to be met before property gets auctioned off because of outstanding tax amounts, property tax amounts. And previously, council would be presented with an item to approve the sale of a piece of property or a manufactured home and approve the auction price, so to speak. Now, because instructions and direction are in the Municipal Government Act under Section 4, under Division 8, recovery of taxes related to land, because it's so detailed and all of the requirements are legislated, more efficiency can be achieved if the CAO is given the authority to set the reserve bid for each parcel of land and each designated manufactured home to be offered for sale at a public auction, and any conditions that apply to the sale as required by the Act. And so this has been added into the authority of the CAO. So that is up for council's discussion. The intent was to just free up council's time. It is the whole process for having a parcel of land up on auction, like I said, is heavily regulated, legislated, and setting a reserve bid just seems to go hand in hand with the rest of the administrative duties that are required when it comes to land auctions. And I would like to maybe just see if if Mr. Hagan had any other thing to add to this.
No, nothing specific. I agree that it is very detailed in the MGA, the process, the restrictions. Essentially, reserve bids are based on current market value, appraised market values, so an appraisal is required for any such decision anyway. So there's really not a lot of room for judgment involved.
I don't see any questions at this time. Ms. Hay, please proceed.
The final section, 5.4, under authorities. It is just a description, an expanded description, just adding some more detail into the bylaw, just to clearly outline that the CAO has responsibilities and must carry out those responsibilities and duties, and that they are accountable to council. And that's, that covers all of the proposed changes.
Are there any comments from council or the committee? I do have one question under 5.3.12, where it has authority to sign. Does it need to include where it says sign any order, agreement, check, negotiate instrument or document made or executed on behalf of the municipality? Is there 5.3.12?
Oh, again, that's completely administrative. It's so that the county business can carry forward, bills can be paid.
I was just wondering if it has to have the words maybe in accordance with the MGA or something like that, because it has to.
So you mean add according to the act, or?
Yeah, in accordance with the MGA or legislation, but because right now it's just open-ended to me. Seems,
Right.
right now it just says sign any order, agreement, check, negotiate instrument, really anything. I was just wondering if it needed to have clarity added to the,
Yes.
of the municipality in accordance with the MGA or legislation or something.
Yeah.
Put some parameters around that.
Well, the MGA does not specifically refer to signing authorities of the chief administrative officer.
Okay, which act? Sorry, which act?
However, council does have a policy on signing authorities, which then provides further detail to this item. When it refers to sign any order, this would involve planning orders, in order to stop, and perhaps Rick can help me out here, what the name of that order is. Stop order? To sign stop orders. And again, this is all according to legislation on the rationale for issuing a stop order. Agreements, this is like any contract that the municipality takes upon themselves. Check, negotiate instrument or document made or executed on behalf of the municipality. And in council's signing policy, it refers to certain documents that must be signed with two signatures. And oftentimes it's the CAO signing at the same time as the reeve.
Okay, so does it need to have just a little bit of clarity on the end of that, just to have in reference to policy, act?
Okay. So I'll put like in accordance with
Yeah, and
policies as established by council.
I think that would be appropriate, but I might look to, if that's, you know what, just to get all of council's consent on this, this would be the appropriate time to make a motion to amend this bylaw. So I'll make a motion to amend 5.3.12, and the appropriate wording, Ms. Haight, whether it's policies or acts, what was the appropriate wording?
I would suggest in accordance with policies as established by council.
So in accordance with policies as established by council. That's my proposed amendment, item to 5.3.12. I've got that as a motion on the floor. Is there any discussion on that amendment? Councillor McCauley.
Does that mean any agreement? So anything that the CO needs to hire has to go before council?
No, the agreements, it just means any order of business that the municipality needs to carry out. So for example, a stop order from the planning department, an agreement for, like a vendor service agreement. It could also, it also applies to accounts payables and negotiate instrument or document made or executed on behalf of the municipality. So that would be, for example, the bylaw. The bylaw itself requires the CAO's signature and the Reeve signature. That would be an instrument. The other types of documents that the CAO signs are tenders. When a bidder has their bid accepted, then the CAO signs that acceptance. What else? Health and safety, yes. Health and safety also means procedures for Clearwater County.
Does that answer your?
We're not like tying the CEO to having to get council approval for any time they need to sign something. That's all. I was just clarifying.
Yeah, and my intent in the proposed motion is not to do that, but really just to put some parameters around it so that it's in accordance with policy as approved by council, because right now it just says sign any order, agreement, check.
Okay.
So I just, if it's not going to hinder, but still have some, barriers around that statement. So if it's in accordance with policies approved by council, that's my proposed amendment. Is there any other discussion on that amendment? If not, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? Councillor Letwin, were you in favor or opposed?
I'm sorry, I was busy.
That's okay.
Yeah. If you go for it, I go for it. Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Okay, so that motion is passed. Thank you. Please carry on, Ms. Haight.
That's everything as far as proposed amendments. Does council wish to make further amendments, or did they wish to recommend to council that they adopt this bylaw at the next regular council meeting?
Okay, so Councillor Humphrey.
I make a motion that we adopt this bylaw with the amendment.
Oh, recommend, sorry.
I
It's- yeah,
recommend
to council,
to council
yeah.
that we adopt this bylaw with the amendment.
Okay, so Councillor Humphrey has a motion on the floor that the committee recommend the Chief Administrative Officer Bylaw 26071 as amended for the recommendation of adoption to council. Is there any further discussion? Councillor Letwin, I did see your light on. Do you have any comments at this time, or?
Yes, actually, that's why I was blanked out there for a minute.
That's okay.
5.3, which would be the old 4.3. Chief Administration has all the powers and duties and functions delegated to the Chief Administration Office by council. So what we're doing is we're giving the CAO complete powers at their discretion to, for bylaws, resolutions, or policies or procedures. They have the full authority.
And I'm sorry,
Five
which I,
point three, in the red, 5.3.
5.3?
Yeah, with the old 4.3.
Okay.
And 4.2, old 4.2, which would be new 5.2, the chief administration officer has all powers and duties and functions. I'm just, or I guess what I'm asking, are we giving all the power to the CAOs here and council has no say, or the taxpayers has no say?
It actually speaks to the opposite. It speaks to that the CAO officer has all the powers, duties, and functions delegated to the CAO officer by council. So basically what this says is that the CAO.
We are giving all our power to the CAO.
Yes, the CAO
Council does not have power anymore.
Yeah, the only power that the CAO officer has is the power that's been delegated to him by council.
Only what we've given him.
Okay.
No, just so it makes sense. So it says right here, so the CAO has all the powers and duties and functions that are delegated, that are given to him or her by council. And by, the only powers he has are the ones that are done by bylaw, resolution, policy, or procedure. So it's actually limiting his power, that he doesn't have all powers. He has to follow bylaw, resolution, policy, or procedure. Is that a different way to say it?
Yeah.
Does that make better sense?
Yeah, perfect.
Welcome.
And just to add maybe a little bit more to that, council has, it's up to council's discretion to amend bylaws, bring forward resolutions, amend policies, yes.
Yeah.
So council still has authority over all of those bylaws, resolutions, policies, and procedures. Absolutely. So we do have a motion on the floor from Councillor Humphrey. If there's no further discussion, I'm going to call the question. So I will call the question. All those in favor of the motion? That motion is carried. Moving on to item 5.2 on our agenda, it's bylaw review, page 33 of the agenda. There's the first item, which is number 1, Clearwater County Agricultural Service Board bylaw 26072. I am going to recuse myself at this point in time, as I have a possible conflict with this item. So I will be recusing myself, and I'll be passing the floor over to Deputy Reeve McKay.
Thank you, Reeve. I guess with regards to this bylaw review, the documentation actually is not in order. So we'll have to scroll down to, yeah, the Ag Services Board is actually the second one. So I guess, Ms. Haight, if you would like to lead us through this bylaw review of the Clearwater County Ag Services Board.
Okay. This is a little different because the current bylaw it was titled the Council Committees Bylaw, and that current bylaw included 2 committees of council. It was a bylaw that covered the Ag Services Board and the Strategic Planning Committee. The intent is to now repeal the current bylaw and to separate that current bylaw into 2 new bylaws. So it's a little tricky. It's more efficient to have an individual bylaw for each of council's committees, because if there's something changed for one committee but not another one, you have to bring back the one bylaw that covers both of them, and it just causes confusion, and it just is not time efficient. So now this current bylaw has been separated into 2, and the first new bylaw that we have for council's consideration is the Ag Services Board. I do recommend that at a future date that this new bylaw for the Ag Services Board is reviewed in detail. For today's purposes, I am recommending just some minor amendments, just so that the Ag Services Board now has their own bylaw. So, like I said, the amendments are minimal, pending an extensive review by Ag and Community Services. The one section under Part 9, 9.2, you'll notice that the Clearwater County Code of Conduct bylaw, like that, 9.2 has been stricken, and that is because recent legislation does not allow for code of conduct bylaws. Sorry. So, any questions on the Ag Services Board bylaw?
Doesn't appear to be any questions at this time. I guess I will have one question, Ms. Haight. How soon should we bring this back to review? And, I mean, would it be pertinent to review it today, as our agenda doesn't seem to be terribly full for the rest of the day, or? Or does administration need time to review it and make amendments?
I would recommend that the review of this bylaw is part of the extensive review of bylaws that this committee has on their to-do list. There's approximately, over 100 bylaws that this committee has to review, and that's due to the amalgamation with the Village of Caroline. So this is going to be a part of an extensive project, a lot of work ahead for this committee to review the well over 100 bylaws that's on the list.
Thank you, Ms. Haight. If there's no questions at all regarding the Ag Services bylaw, let's move to the Strategic Planning Committee bylaw.
Now, this bylaw
Or do we need a motion first before,
if you like,
or a recommendation first?
up to you. If you like, you can do that now.
So at this point, we would be looking for a recommendation to council regarding the Ag Services bylaw. Counselor Humphrey?
I make a recommendation that we adopt the changes to the bylaw.
The council
Council,
Adopts.
recommendation to council,
adopts.
adopt the changes made to the bylaw.
Thank you, Counselor Humphrey.
This is rough.
Are there any further questions at this time? I don't see any further questions, so at this time I will call to vote. All in favor of that recommendation? That motion is passed. Reeve, if you'd like to rejoin us.
Thank you, everybody. And yeah, Ms. Haight, please carry on with item number 2, Strategic Planning Committee of the whole bylaw review.
Okay. So council had noted the desire to perhaps add some more authority, powers and authority to the Strategic Planning Committee. So that rather than simply just making recommendations to council, in the future, the committee would have the power and authority to actually make decisions. So all of the amendments to the Strategic Planning Committee bylaw is to meet that intent. So for example, on page 50, in the section 5 mandate, this has been expanded so that the committee's mandate is to establish municipal priorities, set a strategic plan based on approved priorities, oversee and monitor the plan annually, ensuring that programs and services authorized by council are consistent with the plan and that strategic objectives are being met, develop draft bylaws, policies, and budgets, review and evaluate contracts and agreements, including land sale or purchase. And so, with that being said, if we just move forward to section 8 on page 52 of the agenda, this describes the authority, powers and authority of the Strategic Planning Committee. So the committee shall have the full authority to approve actions or make decisions by resolution related to its mandate, subject only to the following restrictions. Again, this is as per legislation, so adoption of bylaws, adoption of budgets, cancellation, reduction, refund, or deferral of taxes, decide appeals, make, suspend, or revoke the appointment of a person to the position of Chief Administrative Officer. So essentially, item 8.1.1 all the way to 8.1.5, those are the decisions that the Strategic Planning Committee cannot make. Anything else, they will be able to decide. Also, any actions or decisions made by the committee shall be in conjunction with and in support of Clearwater County CAO bylaw and subject to and within the scope of the approved budget for council.
Okay, so are there any questions from committee members? So this, under section 8, it almost looks like another, very similar to a regular council meeting.
Very similar. Yes.
I know in the past, sometimes, you know, you have those discussions, it's strategic planning, and you make those recommendations. You know, you go through the agenda, you have that time to consider, you have the discussions at strategic planning, and then it gives you just a little bit more time to to really think if the right decision was made, and then you have that option again at council to make any amendments or, you know, proceed or not, which I have found to be useful in the past. So that's that's a little bit of my thoughts right now on this item. Deputy Reeve McKay.
Thank you, Reeve. Maybe I'm confused here. I was under the impression that 8.1 are restrictions to this committee. So we're not allowed to make those decisions. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So it's essentially, we're removing those powers from this committee and only allowing them in a regular council meeting.
That's right. Adoption, yes, adoption of bylaws may only be done by council. Adoption of budgets may only be done by council.
I'm just, if I may, just a correction. Currently, right now, the Strategic Planning Committee would make recommendations to council, but not make the final decision at the Strategic Planning Committee in this state. So the way I'm understanding these amendments would be then actually giving authority to the Strategic Planning Committee to adopt bylaws. They would no longer have to be approved by council. So this bylaw, these amendments would give more authority to the Strategic Planning Committee as the whole.
It's saying we can't.
I'll just maybe, for 8.1, I'll look for the word, the way I'm reading this, the committee shall have the full authority to approve actions or make decisions by resolution related to its mandate, subject only to the following restrictions. So restrictions then would not be able to adopt the bylaws?
That's right. Like the committee is restricted as far as adopting bylaws, like that still remains the power of council. Unless I've got this wording wrong.
Could we
Can I
maybe
have-
adjust the wording of that preamble, because it is,
It's
it is
confusing.
very confusing.
Okay, yeah,
Related to this mandate with the exception of, or something along those lines? Would that,
Well, it's just, yeah, because
I
it
could
gives,
put accepting,
well, in one word, sort of, it says, you know, it
Yeah.
says, the
okay.
the committee
I'll-
shall have full authority to approve actions.
I'll work on that wording to make it more clear.
And then later on, it comes up with restrictions. It's sort of contradictory terminology here, but Mr. Emmons, please.
Thank you. So, Ms. Hayes will work on the wording, but the meaning behind this is the committee does not have the authority to do those actions today, nor could you in the future, because of the Municipal Government Act only gives council that authority. What it does do is allow this committee all the other authorities. So when administration brings suggestions for a policy discussion, it creates a redundancy in work. So the committee would make the recommendation to accept the draft policy to council. Administration would take that same strategic planning agenda, bring it forward to council for the resolution. This would streamline that process. So in those cases, the committee would have the authority to approve it. But the Municipal Government Act doesn't give these authorities to any committee, only council. So that's why that's in there, if that helps.
Thank you for the information, but yeah, just the way with the wording and different interpretation, there's, yeah, a little additional clarity needed on this item with the wording. Are there any other comments or discussions? Councillor Cermak?
Yeah, 8.3, or in the one that's revived here is 8.4.
Oh, yes,
You took out the word not,
yes,
so we
If
have
that's
that power?
no,
No, we don't, the council does.
yeah, that's, that needs to be fixed.
Yes.
Yeah,
That looks like an easy amendment.
Yeah.
Councillor Cermak.
yeah. Yeah,
Ms. Haight?
So in item 8.7, it just sort of further defines the committee's authority. So the committee has the authority to do the following or delegate to administration the following: pursue contracts through requests for proposals, tenders, quotes, or otherwise in relation to consultants for matters related to the committee's mandate, request grants and administer them, determine any engagement, including community engagement or stakeholder engagement, through a public participation plan, survey, or otherwise according to the county's public participation policy. So in essence, that just adds some detail on what the committee has authority to do. So basically, for example, the request for quote for strategic planning consultants is coming to council tomorrow for their decision. Under this new bylaw, once it's adopted, those requests for quotes could come to the strategic planning committee for a decision without having to go to council. Like the committee could have that authority under this new bylaw to enter into an agreement with that consultant.
Okay. I'm not seeing any questions. Is there any discussion on this item here? I don't see anything else. Ms. Haight?
Was the committee's mandate, did that meet the intent under 5.1?
We do have a question or a comment from Deputy Reeve McKay.
Thank you, Reeve. I was just going to expand on 8.1, but if there's questions on 5.1, let's.
Go ahead on 8.1.
Okay, thank you.
Please.
Just for the interest of not having to bring this back later, would the wording, the committee shall have the authority, removing the word full, to approve actions or make decisions by resolution related to its mandate, with the exception of 8.1 to 8.5. Would that wording make more sense to council?
That makes simplified terminology. That that would work for me.
Just so we don't have to bring this back at the end. Right?
Would Ms. Haight, would that wording meet it?
Yes.
And
Yes.
would that amendment need to be made clarified by motion?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think Deputy Reeve McKay
Sure.
wants to make that motion.
I'll make the motion that we amend 8.1 as directed, removing the word full, removing subject only to the following restrictions, and replacing it with the exception of.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Councillor Letwin.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, thank you for the interest there. So I'll call the question. All those in favor of the amendment? And that amendment is passed.
We don't need a motion for taking that out of 8.5, do we?
8.3.
Ms. Haight,
8.3.
for item 8.3, for the as Councillor Cermak indicated,
Yeah, yeah, that's a typo, like,
Small.
yeah,
Okay.
it's.
you don't
yeah.
require a motion
No,
to
I
remove
don't,
that?
no, because that's a typo,
Okay.
so.
Councillor Humphrey, do you have any comments? No? Okay. Do you have any additional information, Ms. Haight? Please proceed.
Okay. So now, just to review the membership, that would be part 6 on page 51 of the agenda. And It's fairly straightforward. The Strategic Planning Committee it was always a council of the whole committee. It never did include members at large. And the current bylaw, because it covered both the ASB and the Strategic Planning Committee, the wording in there included members at large. So that's been amended to just be specific to the Strategic Planning Committee. The next section, section 7, and would just like to point out, I guess it should be 7.3, not 8.3. Meetings shall be scheduled for the third Monday of each month, excepting December, in which 3 meetings will be scheduled during the first week, and that's for budget deliberations. And like I had said earlier, there's going to be a lot of work for the Strategic Planning Committee to review draft bylaws. It's a very extensive review, and it will require additional time. So is the committee open to scheduling Strategic Planning Committee meetings every third Monday of the month? As compared to, it was originally, they were quarterly meetings in January, April, June, and September, and then December had budget deliberations. And now this bylaw is proposing to have a Strategic Planning Committee meeting scheduled every third Monday of the month.
So it would be, historically, so we'd be having, what about budget deliberations? Would we still have that 3 days of strategic
Yes.
planning? Okay.
Yes, that would be in December, and historically, 3 meetings are scheduled in December for the committee to go through budget deliberations. So no change to that. It would be just extra work and extra time for the committee to meet. But I do feel with the bylaw review that needs to happen.
Yeah, the
Administration is recommending that the committee boost their meeting frequency.
even what I've seen with the workload that's put on this council. And even the length of the meetings, historically, the meetings are getting quite long, and the amount of items to be discussed is becoming quite significant. Deputy Reeve McKay, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I couldn't agree more. I guess this is more of just a question regarding scheduling. There's quite often the third Monday is an issue, whether it's a holiday or something. Would the second Monday be more appropriate? Because then we would go into a council meeting the next day? Or do we want to have that separate, just from a working perspective? It's hard to have one day a week. It'd be nice to have a week that was free of meetings rather than having. But that's just an opinion. I don't know if that's council's opinion or not.
Do you have any more comments, Deputy Reeve McKay? Because I would sort of support the
Well,
narrative, yeah.
Specifically for the next 3 months at least, the third Monday just doesn't work. I mean, it's either a holiday or RMA or something. So having that strategic planning meeting and then the next day having council meeting might be more efficient. Thank you.
So we'd have those meetings maybe on the second or the fourth Monday that would align the same week with our regular council meetings.
Yeah. Or it could be any day of the week that council I just was suggesting the third Monday because that's how the strategic planning committee meetings are currently scheduled. But third Monday in the month of January, April, June, and September. That's how they're currently scheduled. And so I had just put third Monday of the month, but it could be a different day of the week.
Okay, so it's been discussed.
Or
maybe-
it could be the Monday, like, what was suggested, the Monday before a council meeting.
Okay, so there's been some discussion of maybe the second and Mondays of the second and the fourth Mondays of the month, but Councillor Humphrey and Councillor Cermak has a question, but Councillor Humphrey, please go ahead.
Yes, I was thinking along that same lines of the second or the fourth, being as we have our council meeting that Tuesday. That way we'd wrap it up that week. I was also looking at whether we needed to put them in full force through the summer, through July and August. It's a busy time and people are trying to take holidays and stuff too. And so whether we can omit July and August out, or one or the other, or both, or whatever, so, but yeah, I'm definitely for the second or fourth. My vote would be the fourth, but.
Miss Haight, please go ahead.
Traditionally, there are no council meetings. Traditionally, the first council meeting in the month of August is not scheduled. And so that allows for councillors to do haying, farming in those first 2 weeks of August. There's nothing scheduled for that. And if I also may add, I know historically speaking, when the strategic planning committee meetings were scheduled for the third Monday of the month or the third week of the month, it was sort of to allow administration to have time when it comes to preparing agendas. Because the committee meetings are going to be substantially more full, and the agendas would technically be, published, released on the same day if the meetings are going to be back to back. I think it would be less of an administrative burden to have like a week separating, but doesn't matter. It's neither here nor there. So forget what I said.
So if, for example, if there's recommendations made from strategic planning on the Monday, yeah, there would not be enough time permitted to meet the next day's council meeting. So you would have roughly, I think, 9 days, roughly 8 or 9 days
Yeah.
of time to be able to meet the next regular council meeting to meet the agenda.
If the committee meeting was scheduled for the first Monday or the second Monday of the month, if there were any agenda items that had to go to regular council, they could be ready for the fourth meeting. They wouldn't be ready for the second Tuesday. They couldn't be ready for that, but they could be ready for the fourth Tuesday regular council meeting. And then if the committee meeting was scheduled for the Monday, the fourth Monday of the month, any items needing to go back to council would be ready for the second Tuesday of the month, regular council meeting.
Excellent. Councillor Cermak.
Yeah, I agree with you, Tracy, that I think that I found this very overburdening when I received your agendas to get through it all for both meetings one day after the other. I found that I was up until midnight most days since I've had it to go through it the way that I like to go through meetings. And when you only have one day separating two meetings that have a lot of stuff to go through, I found it a little bit too much. I would rather see it go to the third Monday or third Wednesday or third Thursday or whatever. And then that would give administration a little more time, because I think the strategy meetings are gonna get pretty involved when going through bylaws. You're not going to be able to go through those, just skim over. Or at least, I don't like skimming over them. I like to know what's written there and what changes are being made.
Councillor Humphrey, did you have any comments, or your light was on, but it's not on anymore, I just don't want to miss you.
Tabled my comments for a moment.
Okay. Deputy Reeve McKay, please.
Thank you, and these are all excellent points. Appreciate the input, Mr. Cermak, that's very valid. I guess one thing though, as someone that's still trying to operate in the private sector too, we're all gonna have to quit our jobs. Period, end of story. Right, like, putting meetings in every week makes it impossible to do anything else other than this. Because to do anything meaningful, you have to dedicate a week to a job for any sort of impact. So I understand everyone's concerns. Personally, I would almost rather have a strategic planning meeting every Monday that we have council meeting to get through this stuff as quickly as possible. But yeah, if it's the wish of council to proceed in the other direction, then we'll figure it out.
So, Ms. Sade, for publishing of the regular council meeting agendas, if we had the strategic planning meeting on the second Monday of the month, it would allow for roughly 9 days before the regular council. If there was an item from strategic planning that had to be added to a regular council meeting for a decision, it would allow for 9 days roughly between that meeting to make, for publishing of the regular council meeting, right?
Yeah,
So there would still be a considerable amount of time for council to review that agenda item, is my point I'm trying to make. There would still, you would have, and then from publishing, it's Thursdays, the agendas are published, right? So you'd still have the Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday to be able to review and go through the agenda for the regular council meeting.
yeah.
It really, would it really change the time frame
I
for
don't think
councillors
so.
to review the council package?
No, I don't think so. Like if you had the committee meeting on the second Monday, and if there was anything that needed to go to a regular council meeting, it would come to the fourth Tuesday council meeting, and the agenda is published on the Thursday before. So, yeah, I think it's doable.
Yeah, and if we were to go, for example, say on the third Monday of the, then you would have the Monday, so, well, Tuesday, Wednesday, so you would have roughly 2 days before it would be added to the next regular council meeting.
Yep.
So you'd go
Yeah,
from,
I think it's doable.
okay, so you'd have 2 days if you were on the third Monday, or you'd have 9 days if it was if it was on the second Monday. Okay, any further discussion? Councillor Powell.
Just that I support the Monday because often the third Wednesday is MPC. We have another agenda for that, the people that sit on it, so Wednesdays would not work. The Mondays for me are better.
Second Mondays of the month for the strategic planning committee meeting, okay. Councillor,
I concur with Deputy Reeve and Council Powell here. Yeah, let's get things back to back instead of spread out and taking up the whole month. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm seeing sort of consensus for the second Mondays of the month for strategic planning committee meetings. Councillor Humphrey.
And that would be except in August, you said there's no council meeting on the second Tuesday?
No, yes, that's correct, the second Tuesday. So the first 2 weeks in August are free and clear.
So we wouldn't have
No,
we
they
wouldn't do
wouldn't
the
have.
strategic planning that month as well.
Yeah, that's right. And yes, there are some stat Mondays that come into play that fall on the third, like I think the May long weekend is the third Monday of the month, I think. And then, but that meeting could then be rescheduled to the Tuesday, the third Tuesday of the month.
No,
Oh, but no, you want to do it,
second.
Second Mondays.
you want to do it either the second Monday or the fourth Monday. I would recommend the fourth Monday, and then I think you'd be pretty safe from any long weekends.
Yeah, I think it would be the same difference, whether it was the second Monday or the fourth Monday.
Yeah, yeah.
Request for
that's right.
decision would then come to the second
Yeah.
Tuesday's regular council meeting. Really, I just want to go back and I want to, I just hope that, I know Councillor Cermak had indicated maybe a concern of a shortfall of timing to be able to review the regular council meeting agendas. And I just want to, if there's clarity, just to make sure that if your concern was addressed, and if you have any further comments, or if you think.
Yeah, I don't like two meetings that are so heavily, so much information to go through back to back.
Okay, so having the strategic planning meeting on the Monday and then having a regular council meeting the next day on the Tuesday.
Yep.
So
I find that's a lot of material to go through after we get the agenda.
like which,
You have a weekend to get it done.
for the regular council meeting agenda or both agendas?
Both agendas. You have to do that in from Thursday until Monday and Tuesday.
Okay. I just wanted to bring that back. I didn't want to go over that. I know that you had a concern with that item, but Councillor Humphrey.
So, and further to Deputy Reeve McKay's consideration of doubling up for the next coming months to try and get, because 100, you said we have 100 bylaws to go through. And this council tends to get down to the dirt of every one, so I'm wondering if that might not be a good idea, especially for the next few months. Maybe for the next, 3 months or so, 2 or 3 months, we could double up to start with and then see if that helps us out. Maybe that'd lighten our load a little bit down the road. I'm all for tackling it hard right off the bat, so might be, I don't know how everybody else feels about that. But I think that might be a good idea for the next few months going forward. Anyhow, it's all fresh in our mind and we just have a little heavier workload, but we just buckle down and do it.
So just for clarity, so you'd be maybe suggesting to have a strategic planning meeting the second Tuesday of the month before council and then again on the fourth Tuesday? Or fourth Monday, sorry. Monday.
Second and fourth Monday.
Oh geez, Councillor Humphreys. Okay. Is there a motion required for scheduling of these meetings at this point in time?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah. However you wish to schedule them. And just noting that this would be effective March. This would be effective March, because I do believe that there is a strategic planning committee meeting scheduled February 13th. And in addition to be scheduled is council's strategic planning sessions, which should begin in February.
Okay, so then,
Yes, it's going, you are going to be very, very busy.
and just to, I'm gonna go over to Counselor Powell. It is, the requirements for committee members, if they have other commitments, and there's, a situation where a committee member is unable to attend, quorum for the committee is, if you could just give us that information, the majority of committee, would quorum meet 4?
Yes, quorum is at 4.
Okay,
And that's, like you said, the majority.
okay. Counselor Powell,
Just what you were speaking of there, that's what I was gonna say, that will we not have another day where we will also have strategic planning in a different way?
Yes.
And what would the commitment level be to that? How many times a month would that be?
I believe it could be maybe two days, but only for maybe February, March, April, but those would be classified as workshops. They wouldn't fall under a committee meeting, but you're still needing to attend, so like February, March, April. The plan is to have council's new strategic plan effective as of the end of May. And there will be at least 2 days of workshops that will need to be scheduled with council. Possibly 1 or 2 more. And then depending on what council decides as far as how they wish to engage the public, that could mean more days too. Like, so I'm just, like, it's gonna be very busy.
Thank you for the clarification. The only reason I was saying that is we may be, one strategic planning, before a Monday might be, even though I really appreciate the let's get her done attitude, I'm not sure going 2 is possible.
Deputy Reeve McKay.
Thank you. I'm just looking at the schedule for February, and you'd mentioned the 13th. That's actually the broadband committee meeting.
Oh, sorry.
The 23rd is a strategic planning meeting that is already scheduled for a lot of bylaw review.
Okay, I meant the 23rd, sorry.
So the 23rd would be bylaw review and our new strategic plan beginning that process as well?
Possibly.
Or are we talking about another strat plan meeting being added in February?
Not another strat plan meeting, well, yes, the strategic plan workshop.
Workshop, sorry.
Yes,
So
possibly.
there's potentially things that aren't even on the schedule yet that is already pretty much every day in February, except Family Day week.
Yes, because at this time, council needs to choose the consultants, and then the next step is to schedule those workshops with the consultant. So it's still open, like as far as, like, there's no specific date picked yet, but council will need to pick some dates once they choose a consultant.
Okay, thank you. With that in mind, I would like to make the recommendation to council that we schedule strategic planning meetings for the 4th Monday. Simply because that seems to be what lines up with the schedule and doesn't interfere with holiday weekends either.
And would you need clarification on that, Ms. Haight, to exclude August? Do we have to identify which months?
Well, if the committee does not want to have any committee meetings in August, then
That's
that
correct.
would need to be added, because traditionally, it's the first 2 weeks in August, like the
Okay.
first Tuesday and the second Tuesday where, like, nothing is scheduled, there's no council meeting scheduled. but there is for the 4th.
Okay, so this would still align with the current regular council meeting schedule?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent.
Could I
Yeah.
reword that resolution to recommend to council?
You'd like to make an amendment to your motion?
Well,
Yeah.
to add that, okay, so I will make the resolution to recommend to council that the amendment to this bylaw for the schedule read on the 4th Monday of each month, excepting December, in which 3 meetings will be scheduled during the first week, as well as accepting August. That's poorly worded, but I don't know how else to word that.
Got it.
Jana, do you have, is there an opportunity just to have clarity on the motion, or would you be able to put it on the screen for the committee to see?
I can read it back.
Oh, that would be excellent, please.
That the committee recommend the amendment to the general meeting matters to move the scheduled meeting date to the 4th Monday of each month, excepting August and December.
That's way better.
Thank you very much for the clarity, Jana. Ms. Thompson. Deputy Reeve McKay, do you have any further comments or questions? No, okay. If not, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion that's on the floor? Call the question. All those in favor? That motion is passed. Well, actually, and those opposed? Okay, that motion is carried. Do you have any further information on this item, Ms. Haight?
I think so. Just the mandate, just wanting to confirm that the committee's mandate as described in the bylaw is good.
I'm not seeing any further discussion or comments.
Okay.
So if there's no other discussion, we'd be looking for a motion then to adopt the Strategic Planning Committee Bylaw 26073 as amended, if a committee member would like to make that motion. Or unless you have, do you have further information, Ms. Haight? Do you have further information on this item?
That's everything.
Okay.
Yep,
Okay.
nothing further.
Okay, thank you very much. Any committee members willing to make that motion?
Sure. I will.
Deputy Reeve makes the motion that the Strategic Planning Committee recommend to council bylaw 26-073 as amended. There's no discussion. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion's passed. At this time, we'll recess till 12:40. Welcome back from our break. Moving on in our agenda here today, moving on into Public Works, item 6.1, Clearwater County Water and Sewage Bylaw on page 60 of today's agenda. And we'll pass the floor over to administration at this time to present this item.
Good afternoon, council and committee members. We're looking before us here the proposed strategic planning of the whole water and sewer bylaw rates. And this will be for the period of 2026 to 2028. And with that in mind, I would like to introduce Sean Ho, who is our project technologist, who has he'll present the agenda item.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Strategic Planning Committee members. The first bylaw is a raise of Clearwater County's water and sewage bylaw. To start, I will provide some background information on this bylaw. So following the amalgamation of Clearwater County and the Village of Caroline, the water and sewage bylaws as attached from both former municipalities remain in force until council adopts a new bylaw. Today's meeting is focused on the fee structure. After the committee provides their direction, administration will send the finalized fees and bylaws to legal for their review. At an upcoming regular council meeting, the new bylaw will be brought forward for readings along with a repeal of the current bylaws. For water and wastewater, administration has conducted a comprehensive review regarding the operational cost recovery fee schedule. The draft rate figures in the agenda item report and my presentation today are proposed only for discussion. Final rates will be determined by the Strategic Planning Committee and then be recommended to council for their consideration. The presentation on the water and sewage bylaw is organized into several different sections. For each section, I will begin with a brief overview of the key points. At the end of each section, I will pause so the committee can ask questions and provide directions to administration before we move on to the next section. So the first section is the water service in Nordic. As the committee can see in the report, the current fee structure in Nordic is categorized into metered and non-metered. Administration did a cost recovery analysis listed in the table in the report. The 2024 and 2025 annual operating costs are the actuals of that year, while the budgeted amounts are used for year 2026 and onwards. Since we are only in January of the new year, the 2025 number may not reflect the full amount, as additional invoices are still being received. For the calculation of the revenue, we make the assumption of the same usage level from 2025, with the exception of 2024 figures used for Caroline. This is due to the amalgamation and the realignment of finance systems, and we don't have the actuals for Caroline in 2025 yet. In addition, we use the draft rates for revenue estimates. We apply either a 3% annual rate increase or a one-time 5% increase, followed by the same rate for the next 3 years. Under the applicable scenarios, these assumptions apply to all subsequent revenue estimates. One thing to note is that the operational cost recovery only applies to the operating expenses. It does not include any capital investments. According to our calculations, the 2025 cost recovery for Nordic Water is 35%. With the draft rates, the percentage will be quite similar in year 2026 to 2028 at 36%. Administration also researched other municipalities' fees, and this is attached. As such, administration's draft rates for Nordic Water are listed in the table in the report, including non-metered, which shows a 3% annual increase, metered, that is a 5% increase to the 2025 rate, which will then remain constant for 2026 to 2028, and bulk water, which is a 5% increase. So I will pause here. Does the committee have any questions?
Deputy Reeve McKay.
Thank you. Could you, I guess, explain to committee why the operating costs doubled from 24 to 25?
Nordic?
Yes.
So this is because in 2024, we're trying to install like the water meters in Nordic. However, a part of that project hasn't been finished. So that's why the project cost, the actual seems quite low for 2024.
I'm sorry, I don't follow were the costs previously double what they were in 2024? Like, was 2024 an anomaly, or?
Just give me a second.
Just clarity, Deputy Reeve, which, you're on the water services.
Well, he had
item.
it up on the,
Yeah, 1.1, yeah.
2024, it states
Yeah.
the annual operating cost is the 96,000. Is that what you're referring to?
right, correct.
And then where it doubles and it goes to 181,000.
So the numbers for 2023 is $170,000, $128. For 2024, it's $96. So it's kind of up and down for Nordic work.
I apologize, I still don't fully get, I'm speaking directly to the annual operating
Yes.
costs
Yes.
of that system in Nordic.
Yeah. I will just give a 5-year history of this program. So in 2021, Nordic's annual operating cost is $140,000. In 2022, that number comes down to $70,000. In 2023, that number is $170,000. So it kind of up and down for that program, for the annual operating cost.
But why is it so up and down, I guess, is the question, right? Like, from a council perspective, what's causing those fluctuations?
So one of the reasons for 2024, and we have an increase in 2025, is because installation of water meters in Nordic. So we put more operating budget into that.
So we're installing something that's gonna increase the operating cost but not increase the revenue?
The revenue is only from the utility rate.
Right, but, so why are we installing something that's gonna increase the operating cost but not increase the revenue?
At this time, I do see Director Hagan's light is flashing, so I'm just gonna ask for comments from Mr. Hagan, please.
Thank you. Perhaps there are more questions of my own, but for clarification. So, Mr. Howe, we see the operating costs increase in 2025, but then they stay up there, 26, 27, 28. Was there not more going on with Nordic than just the water meter install? I think, was there not an increase in skill level and certification and so forth for operators there, or am I thinking of another place? Because I'm thinking for the cost to remain high for all these years, it must be something that's ongoing, whereas the installation of water meters, I would expect that to be done and dusted in 25, and otherwise expect the cost to go down, but this is telling me that there's something that's changed there that's gonna cost us extra each year going forward.
So I believe, so to answer Councilor McKay's question first, one of the key effect of installing the water meter is for the water savings. So for Caroline example, after they installed the water meters in Caroline, they found a significant amount of reduction in water usage because people are now metered, so they cannot use, just leave their lawn water for forever like that. So that's one of the key benefits of installing the water meter. And for the Mr. Higgins' questions, I think Jody can answer that.
The certification hasn't changed, it's been the same for a while. We did have a serious line break last year that cost us a pile of money.
What is that, gonna be an ongoing thing?
No. Get that taken care of.
Or do we need to revisit these operating costs beyond, for especially 27, 28?
Yeah, that would make a lot more sense if it was water meters this year and then the operating cost decreased. after. And I guess, just to further that, is there an issue with the amount of water that's being used?
No, I believe it's just, it's a practice of trying to install water meters for every properties in Nordic. And Public Works Operation is trying to do that. Maybe we can have more explanation.
Is there a shortage of water in Nordic that we need to be aware of?
I think Mr. Emmons has some information. Go ahead, Mr. Emmons, please.
Thank you, and just to provide some assistance, if I may, water out in Nordic has always been a challenge. Clearwater County has drilled a couple of dusters to find, at the end of the day, some adequate water supplies. The highest producing well is actually one down in the Shunda Flats down there, that made up a good quantity of the water required, hence the reservoirs up top to create that volume. So water is a bit of a challenge in that area. Saying that, this was actually, I will say, more of an initiative from the local residents and council of the day. A lot of people felt that the flat rate was unfair for the amount of water they did use. It didn't represent perhaps seasonal usage, things like that, because a flat rate is exactly that.
Right.
So it was actually more meeting the demand from what we heard to create some equity. So as Mr. Howe stated, it does help with the usage for the people that are full-time residents. You can't just turn on your sprinklers, walk away for the weekend and not care, so to speak. But it is more about creating that fairness when it comes to billing.
Would there be an opportunity for this, for administration to bring back maybe more information on this item? Yeah, for the discrepancy that Deputy Reeve has identified in, but between the 2024 and 2025 year, would you be able to provide more information that via email or?
Those are the costs, that is actual year to date.
I think go ahead, Deputy Reeve McKay.
I guess just to expand on that, would it be possible to revisit the 26 and beyond numbers, I guess? If 2025 is that high because of the meter installation, then could we see moving forward from that, those numbers reworked, or is there a reason that they're that high?
Councillor Powell, go ahead, please.
I wonder, is the reason that they've gone from 96 to 181 and then are they gonna continue at 181, is that because that's how much more money it will now cost with these meters in, is that?
I don't believe so. As I mentioned, like one of the reasons why 2025 is quite high is the installation of meters. In addition, there's also a huge water line breaks in Nordic in 2025. That's why there's also maintenance cost here. And we project the 2026 number based on 2025 figures. Like if we have a similar breaks or things like that, what would 2026 looks like? So that's why we got the 2026 number from.
Okay, so you're using the future years of 2026, 27, and 28 based on
2025.
maintenance and infrastructure upgrades that were required in 2025.
Yes.
Mr. Hagan.
Yeah, for the committee's benefit, I would suggest that administration needs to relook at those numbers. For purposes of the discussion today, what I would see is if those numbers were to drop down after reevaluation from 26 to 28, what would change is the portion of cost recovery would probably be closer to what it was in 2024. So I would suggest that we do need to look at that, but I don't necessarily think it's going to hinder the discussion today about the rates and so forth, with the exception of the portion of cost recovery of those amounts.
Okay, and administration will be able to provide that additional information to council either via email and an update at when this agenda item is brought to our regular council meeting for decision.
Yes.
Councillor Humphrey.
So yeah, and that was my question on this is are we anticipating that these water lines are gonna just keep breaking year after year after year? Or have we done some testing on them? Have we run some cameras? Whatever we can do, I can't see why it would just keep being so high. If once the water meters are installed in that, I get the idea of that, but why that cost would just keep skyrocketing doesn't make any sense. It should drastically go down. I mean, we do need to know if our water lines are all, like, why did one break? What's the condition of the rest?
I can only imagine the discussions at the City of Calgary Council meetings. Mr. Emmons.
Thank you, and I was gonna do my best to answer Councillor Humphrey's question. So when it comes to Nordegg, a large part of the problem is actually the phase development, if I may. As every phase is constructed, of course, it gets new infrastructure underground before new cul-de-sacs and road systems and sidewalks go into play. It's tying in the brand new into the old. With the old, of course, it's where the homes are, and the redesign of that would require evictions, would require substantial changes to the hamlet of Nordegg, because it would put that new infrastructure where it belongs for future development of Nordegg. So there are some old lines, absolutely, Public Works cameras and has a good handle on the condition, and if it hasn't been made note, I do apologize, because the person tends to lose track of what conversations happen where, but there is sewer lines that could collapse at any given time. So we are aware of those conditions, and then it would be another conversation, are we putting in brand new sewer lines for temporary measures? But that is a part of that development and getting all the underground infrastructure to a new state.
Thank you, Mr. Emmons. Councillor Letwin.
I'm just looking at 2024 revenue here, 72,479 versus the operating costs of 96,000. And then in 2025, operating costs have doubled, which has been mentioned, but the revenue has gone down, and yet we still have the same amount of lots, 58 lots. And what about the other residents in Nordegg? What do they use for water?
Mr. Ho.
So currently, there's bulk water station in Nordegg, bulk water station in Nordegg. So there's people can just get bulk water from the station. And for their meter lots, there are non-meter lots. So these are three types of water resources for Nordegg.
Okay. Please carry on, Mr.
Thank
Ho.
you. So the next part is the Caroline water. The Caroline water charges include consumption charge, a capital replacement fee charge, and other charge with a $100 bulk water deposit per account setup, which is non-refundable. So I will first talk about the consumption charge and leave the discussion of capital replacement fee in the next part. For the draft rate, administration has applied a 5% increase to the current rate, which will then remain constant for 2026 to 2028. We also put the monthly minimum charge in place. On the cost recovery side, in year 2024, Caroline Water's actual operating cost is $115,962. The revenue from capital replacement fees is $49,764. The revenue from water consumption charge is $66,058, which is 57% of the operating cost. From year 2026 and onwards, the cost recovery from consumption charge based on the increase of the draft rates is 47% in 2026, 46% in 2027, and 45% in 2028. So does the committee have any question regarding this part? The next topic I will cover is the capital replacement fees.
I'm not seeing any discussion. Deputy Reeve McKay, go ahead. I see interest in comments or discussion or questions.
This decision to eliminate the flat fee, was that brought forward by previous council or?
No, as I previously mentioned, all these draft rates are only for discussion purpose only. The final decision will be made by the Strategic Planning Committee and recommend to the council in the end. For the monthly minimum charge, it's just to be consistent with what we charge Nordic.
I see,
Yeah.
okay.
Seeing no further, do you have any further discussions? No? Okay. Seeing none, please carry on.
Okay, thank you. And the next part is the capital replacement fees discussion for both water and sewage. So currently, a monthly capital replacement fees are charged to Caroline residents for residential lots. That's $18 for water and $21 for sewage. For commercial properties, that's $20 for water and $22 for sewage. These are all monthly fees. For committee's information, capital replacement fees for water and sewage services are not implemented in any other hamlets other than Caroline. This revenue is recognized as an operating revenue. However, the former Village of Caroline did not subsequently transfer the collected amounts to a restricted surplus account designated for the future capital replacement. Moving forward, if capital replacement fees are adopted in the new bylaw, the collected amounts would be allocated to a restricted surplus account. So in the current 10-year capital plan, these projects have been identified for the Caroline Water and Sewage upgrade. That includes Caroline Lagoon upgrade, 49th Street upgrade, the upgrades for 48th Avenue, 50th Street, 51st Avenue, 52nd Street. The street upgrades would include sanitary water and roadway upgrade. The current available grant is $1,455 for the 49th Street upgrade. More grant funding may be available upon applications. The current non-grant funding portion is $40,207,400. So to give the committee a rough idea of the impact of a capital replacement fees, such unfunded project costs can be allocated over either a 20-year or 30-year period for comparison. For a 20-year basis, the fee would be $214 per lot per month. And for 30-year basis, that fee would be $142 per lot per month. And another fee to mention is the non-refundable $100 bulk water deposit per account setup fee. This fee was originally introduced to support upgrades and maintenance to the bulk water station in Caroline. Revenue of year 2024 was $300. However, comparable bulk water account setup fees are not applied in Nordic. So in summary of this section, administration is asking the committee to provide directions on whether the capital replacement fees for both water and sewage should be retained, and should the bulk water deposit fee should be retained, and the corresponding amounts. Thank you.
Okay, does the committee have any questions or discussion? I'm not seeing any at this point. So in 2024, there was only 3 individuals that set up accounts for the $300 in revenue. And previously that was coin operated, that water station, is that correct?
So what's that?
It was coin operated for the bulk water fill in Caroline?
Yeah.
Okay. Deputy Reeve McKay.
With regards to the capital costs of the upgrades in Caroline, is there, I guess, any updates to those costs that administration could possibly provide, or are those still realistic?
So all those numbers are based on the 10-year capital plan which council saw in December.
Right, but since then, has there been any changes or any news?
The only change I'm aware so far is we got more funding from the province. The current funding for 49th Street upgrade is $1,455,000. Maybe our counterpart infrastructure may have more information on the cost, which I'm not sure right now.
Okay, I was just hoping that maybe we had started down the path to possibly reducing those costs in some way, but
do you have more additional information on this item?
No, for this section, administration is just asking the council to provide feedbacks on whether to retain the capital replacement fees or not, and also the bulkware deposit account setup fees.
So the residential water capital and institutional replacement fee of $18?
Yeah, so currently for Caroline, they are paying $18 for residential lots, they are paying $18 for water monthly and $21 for sewage. For commercial, it's $20 for water and $22 for sewage.
So you're looking for a recommendation from the committee to either maintain those costs or amend those if required, or desired by the committee. Mr. Hagan.
Thank you. I guess the significance of that question is that Caroline is unique compared to the other hamlets in Clearwater County, that they have not paid a capital replacement cost to date. And as well, I would like to reiterate that our observation is that the village of Caroline, while they charge those capital replacement amounts, they did not set that money aside for future capital replacement. It ran through operating and was used for other purposes. So I guess the key question is, does this committee recommend that we continue to charge a capital recovery rate for the hamlet of Caroline going forward? Which would beg the question, do we implement such rates for the other hamlets? Or do we discontinue this capital recovery portion or capital replacement portion on the bills going forward? Does that make sense?
It does, yeah. Mr. Emmons.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to expand on Mr. Hagan, Clearwater County's history, we've never charged any of the hamlets for the capital. It's always been operational. Hamlet of Lesaville, Condor just recently received brand new wastewater systems as well. And there was no charge for the capital. It always reflected the operational. Same with Nordegg, when Nordegg received its new wastewater system. Same, so just putting that out as well. The fees always reflected operational.
Deputy Reeve McKay.
I guess the question then is, how do we ever recover these capital costs that hamlets incur that other residents do not? Is there another mechanism?
CAO Emmons.
That was actually well understood in the day of the decision. Many of these wastewater systems, including water systems, receive significant federal and provincial grants through Water for Life. So that's predominantly our largest offset. The other methodology, if I may, was to promote the growth in the hamlets rather than urbanizing the rural setting. If a population, Lesaville for example, a population of 260 people were to incur a $10 million wastewater system, would be unaffordable. on a cost recovery. So to keep it more affordable, because the debate back in the day, nobody supplemented my septic system on my farm or your own acreage for that matter. That's 100% you as a landowner. Shouldn't it be the same? And it went down the conversation of what's your vision for Clearwater County? If you want to promote growth, it has to be a maintainable and affordable area to live. And having 270 people pay for a $10 million system becomes unaffordable, if that helps.
Certainly, and I understand that. It just seems that there should maybe be some sort of level of cost recovery involved, or, I mean, at the end of the day, we all know the direction that we're headed cost-wise, so we're just gonna continue to incur more costs and reduce revenue. Doesn't seem sustainable.
Councillor McCauley.
From a promotion standpoint, has it worked? Has this worked as a tool to promote growth in these areas? Because I don't think it's really, we're just trying to save money. If you look at the cost on a 20-year basis in Caroline, if I'm reading this right, it's $214 per lot per month? Or is this for the capital, 20-year basis capital replacement fee per lot, and for 20 years is $214 per month?
That's the capital replacement fee based on the current 10-year capital plans we have. However, the current Caroline residents do not pay that amount.
I understand that. I'm just, what if, like, what would it look like if you were to put those numbers in on a per month basis for the average user in Leslieville, Caroline? Like, what would it look like? What would they be paying? Just curious.
So I do have the current year up-to-date capital investments for these hamlets in the past 5 years. I just need to do some math right now. I can provide you some information later.
Okay, it's just, there should be something, like Deputy Reed McKay said, there should be something there. It shouldn't be just, we build them and they just, in the future, it's a surprise bill that we have to replace it. What if grants aren't there? What happens? There's no planning.
Mr. Emmons.
Thank you. So very quick math for Leslieville, for example, if it was a cost recovery model for the wastewater system, it would add about $555 per month for 10 years. Per home.
For
275 over 20 is pretty secure.
So,
Councillor Humphrey.
so our life expectancy on our wastewater systems is 50 years. So what does it break down to over 50 years? If we were break it down and say, hey, we want our capital recovery based over 40 or 50 years, maybe that makes it something that is affordable to the people that are living there. And yet it also plans for the future replacement down the road, or towards it at least. We all know that inflation and everything's gonna go up and it'll probably be twice as much or more, that 50 years down the road, but at least we'd have something going towards it, an idea.
CAO Emmons.
Thank you. So based on today's dollars, without any amortizing, you'd be around that 110.
Well, there's good discussion on this item. Deputy Reeve McKay.
Would it be in the interest of council to look at this from a cost-shared perspective? Whereas the county as a whole bears 50% of the cost, while the hamlet bears 50% of the cost, rather than the entire cost? I didn't realize this because I never lived in Condor or Alhambra. I didn't realize they didn't have to really pay for that infrastructure. Yeah, it seems like there needs to be some sort of cost sharing. Or am I alone on that?
No, I think just maybe for clarity, so right now in the hamlets, the maintenance and the ability to be able to supply the water in the hamlets is funded through Clearwater County as a whole. There's no costs in the other hamlets to the residents to fund this service. Is that accurate? Mr.
So
Evans?
if I may, the objective is always user pay for the operations. So the objective is always cost recovery for the operations. Again, the capital was never included or factored into that fee historically. The Nordegg wastewater system, now you're checking my memory, is approximately 20 years old now. So when they got theirs, it received a grant. Water for Life is 90 cent dollars. So it was, at that time, it cost Clearwater County 1 or 2 million. And it was never included into the numbers. And the same pattern happened for Condor and Lesaville when they got their brand new wastewater systems. I will say prior to the incorporation of Clearwater County, when Lesaville originally got their wastewater system, they did have a monthly addition to their bill for that initial wastewater system. And they were the ones. But that was back in the ID10 days. Clearwater County has never done that.
Thank you for the clarification on that, CAO Emmons. So yeah, cost recovery, no capital cost to the residents of those hamlets. And if we were to go on to these, some of these numbers here, Deputy Reeve had mentioned maybe 50-50 cost share, something like that. But at some of these, they would already be at, for instance, say Condor in 2024 would be at 39%. So 39% of the operational costs were provided by the residents, and the other roughly 61% was supported by the rest of the municipality.
But that's just operational cost, that's not capital.
100%, yep.
Yeah.
So, and were you thinking more like 50-50 for the operations or 50-50 for capital and operating?
Yeah, capital and operating is, that's what would make sense, I guess, but if that's not something that we've ever done. Just to be clear, Caroline was charging a fee, right? Regardless of whether they were putting it into restricted surplus or not. The residents of Caroline were being charged a fee for future capital projects, right? And that seems like a sustainable model. To realize that we're not doing that in other hamlets, I mean, it seems like we're gonna run into future budget restrictions.
Yeah, and it would be 50% of the non-grant amount. So if there was a grant from Water for Life or some other provincial or federal government for infrastructure upgrades or installation, then it would really be only 50% of the Clearwater County portion. Councillor Humphrey.
And that's what I was, you had mentioned a 90% grant funding. Is that still available for stuff like that, or that was just the original one that was done, original one you said in Leslieville was a 90% funded?
Thank you for the question. And the percentage does vary depending on the grant of the day. And honestly, the ability of the province, where's oil at, that type of thing. But it is eligible no matter what for a capital upgrade. So Condor had an existing wastewater system, it got a brand new one that was grant funded, as Lesaville was grant funded under the innovation grant. I'm not sure if the Water for Life complemented or not, I can't remember, but it was the innovation grant. Nordegg was the Water for Life as well. So even if it had a pre-existing, but you're upgrading, Caroline has an existing wastewater system, it would be eligible for that grant as well. In that grant process, they do look for efforts made for operational costs as well. That is part of the criteria when you're filling it out.
And are those grants, are they still a substantial grant? Like, I mean, 90% seems like a pretty substantial grant.
It is, and they are.
Oh,
they will range between that 75 and 90. That is typically their range. But we've been successful at both ends of the spectrum, 75 and 90.
okay. Yeah, that would decrease the amount that we'd be, if we were looking at a percentage towards the capital, that would decrease that substantially then. I would think, to make it something that would fit in and allow for future capital projects that came up regarding that, so that everybody could continue to have the services and help fund it.
Deputy Reeve McKay.
Just to further what Mr. Humphrey was saying, maybe there's a misunderstanding here with the former village of Caroline. Has there been no funding applied for? Because this council is led to believe that there is no provincial funding available for these upgrades. So is it just that it hasn't been applied for yet? Or do we know it's not available?
CAO Emmons.
Thank you. So administration is going through the process. The funding is not a guarantee, which is why council hasn't been provided an update on that.
Okay.
But going through the design process, having that design process approved, then applying that design in for funding eligibility. Once we go through the entire process, we are hopeful. We've been in close contact with our colleagues at the provincial level to do our best to raise our chances for success. But that is always our goal. You know, Caroline's a bit of a pressure point simply because the former village received letters from the province saying it needs to be addressed. Typically, Clearwater County with Nordegg, with Caroline, with Lesaville, if we had to bump the project up a year to hit our queue in that grant, we would, because it's worth the wait. Caroline, we're working very closely with the government, trying to get us bumped into that queue, because it's also the government saying, get these issues corrected.
Well, that I guess, for me, I'm not sure about the rest of this committee, but that completely changes the way that I would have viewed strategic planning, budget meetings, everything up to this point. Because we had this ominous Caroline infrastructure project with the impression that there was no federal help coming. And now, or sorry, no provincial help coming, my apologies. But this information really changes things.
If I may.
I know it's not a guarantee, but.
Correct. So with the letters from the province enforcing compliance with the wastewater system, we have to be prepared for the worst case scenario.
Right.
We are hopeful for grants. So it really is a matter of doing our best, which is why administration's been working so diligently on the design, trying to lessen that impact and lessen the construction costs. Like I said, typically, we will play that weighted game. Caroline is different, if that helps.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Letwin.
Yes, you mentioned that Mr. Emmons' design process for the future for Caroline, and I say for the future, are we thinking for the future, or is this just an emergency fix through this design project? Are we looking for future generations at the board?
CEO Emmons?
Thank you. Absolutely both, Councillor Letwin. So there is some urgency to addressing the non-compliance issues. But in that, I will use the words irresponsible. If we're gonna go to the work and length and investment to upgrade a wastewater system and not allow for future growth, the current system can't even really accommodate Clearwater County's investment in the light industrial and commercial property. We've heard from Caroline, the ask for a senior center, that wastewater system, that would overburden that as well. So it does, the design in essence is looking at, I believe around that 1,500 population is what the design's allowing, which is like a 300% growth rate.
300%, okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Powell?
Just back to the cost recovery on the operating and capital. When you're looking at a growth hamlet and you're wanting to look at a cost recovery on capital, if you're looking at a growth hamlet, you've built infrastructure, in my opinion, that is going to be there for a growth hamlet. So potentially it would be a lot larger infrastructure that's built there. When we look to get a cost recovery on capital, that could really hurt a small amount of people. I think we need to be very cautious on how much we put when talking capital. When we're talking cost recovery and operating, well, that makes sense to me. I can completely understand that. But when we say put in a lagoon, we're not just putting it in for this small little hamlet, we're putting it in for a growth hamlet. So that's a substantially larger build. So I would just caution when we talk about the cost recovery on capital that we don't destroy the small amount of people that are currently in these growth hamlets, would just be my caution.
Thank you for the comments. I do have just a comparison or a question here. To go back to the Nordegg water, just as an example, if I have this correct. In 2025, the rate was $70 per month for water. So that would be an annual amount of $840, is that right? To have non-metered monthly water, $70 per month. So
Per residential lot.
okay, perfect, residential lot. So $840, you get water to your house in the hamlet of Nordegg. Are there any comparisons to residential parcels in the rest of Clearwater County for people that have had to drill a well, like their own private well? They have to service their well, shock their well, test their well, maintain their well. What do those people just roughly, what would the annual fees be? Because those are 100% paid for by those residents, where in many scenarios here, like this is only 35%. The costs are only 35% borne by the residents in those hamlets, where the other residents in the municipality that provide their own well, service it, shock it, they bear 100% of their costs. Plus they would subsidize, if I understand that there's lots of industrial taxes or revenue, sorry, to Clearwater County, but I'm just wondering what the annual cost for the balance of the residents that have their own well, service it, shock it, test the water, and maintain their well, what their annual costs would be in comparison. You probably don't have that information, but I was just curious. Mr. Emmons?
If I may, I can speak from personal experience, and like 1 year my submersible will go, and that's a couple $1,000s, but it'll do me then for 15, 20 years, no problem. So my costs go significantly down. Last year, my foot valve went out, that was $1,200, but that was a couple years ago, and it's been trouble-free ever since. So I would suggest on your own personal property, it would fluctuate greatly. Either your water system appears free, or if it hits you with a significant bill in one hit. That's been my experience. But if I may, for council's benefit, the criteria is far different between the two. When you get into a municipality providing water, there is legislation and criteria on how it's provided. Every gallon has to be treated, it has to be within your parameters, whereas on your own property, if you didn't shock one year, you just move on and you're accountable to you is the big one. As a municipality, you're entrusted, Walkerton, we've all heard of that, you're entrusted of providing safe drinking water. So it's lab testing every month, it's qualified people. All of this adds a financial burden that we don't see on our individual farms as well. So offhand, you're right, I couldn't give you a specific number, but knowing the legislation, I'd be very confident in saying in that urban type water system, it would be significantly higher because the requirements are significantly higher.
Right, but maybe not so costly for the resident, for the $840 to have water for the year. Yeah, because if you have a capacitor, a pressure tank, or some sort of infrastructure on your own private well that goes, it can be quite costly. So $840, could be in some ways considered economical. Councillor Humphrey.
I believe we only have the two hamlets that do supply the water as well, and that's only Nordegg and Caroline. Leslieville, Condor, Alhambra, they all have their own water systems, water wells. So I think on the water, just if I'm correct in that, we only have Nordegg and Caroline that we supply water.
I guess it's kind of unique where we have a rural municipality discussing urban style infrastructure. Director Hagan.
Thank you. While the committee is wrestling with the idea of user pay or user contribution towards capital replacement, I also just wanted to ask for some clarification. To date, are we seeing full cost recovery for water or wastewater in any of the hamlets on an operating basis?
No, as you can see in the tables in the report, based on 2025 numbers, none of those hamlets can achieve 100% operating cost recovery.
And I think part of that, we have to consider Nordegg, because my understanding is the Nordegg system, further to Councillor Powell's observations, was built for a larger service base than is currently there. So we don't look for full cost recovery there, because that would be unduly charging those existing residents. We're working towards that full capacity. So we do charge a lower rate. We don't expect to see cost recovery there. But I think for the committee to consider is that we're still not obtaining full recovery of operating costs. So it's not a full user pay on the operating side either. So any increase to either the operating and or capital is going to be an increase in monthly rates to the residents using those services too. So there are two sides to the equation still.
Any more discussion on this, or if we can move on? Oh, sorry, Councillor Cermak, go ahead, please.
Yeah, Mr. Haggerty, to go along with that, do we have a bylaw or a policy stating that Clearwater County wants to get cost recovery for operating costs for septic and water?
I don't believe we have anything specific to that, but I think the rates that are implied through the bylaw as it's updated over time are moving towards that. I believe that's the philosophy that's built into it, is that there's at least some cost recovery. I don't think there's ever been a requirement or a directive to have full cost recovery.
Okay. Yeah, because by looking at these numbers that we have here, you would just about have to double the cost for everybody to get that cost recovery. Some places triple. Yeah. And I don't think we'll ever get to a point where we can even get 50% recovery on capital investments. Hopefully, we get a big grant. Hopefully. Thanks.
So what the administration's looking for right now, you're looking to see if the committee would recommend the current rates that are in place, or if there's any amendments to them. Or we leave this one and we can move on to sewage services. I'll give the committee a little bit more time to consider. Oh, okay. Councillor McCauley.
In Caroline, for the capital cost replacement fees that they're paying, so if we move forward with this, what we're doing everyone else, we would be removing those fees, I'm guessing?
For fairness and.
For fairness, yeah.
And across the region.
Just because they were being properly applied and before anyways. So we're looking for the recommendation to adopt to recommend to council that we move forward with the recommended rates. Is that?
I guess it's up to the committees. Whether the committee chooses to leave we could reduce the rates down to zero or historically, or we could increase them. Mr. Emmons, I know that looked like you were indicating to provide some information to the committee.
Yes, thank you. Not so much information, but perhaps if I may, of course, it's always council's authority. You know, I will say historically, council's conversation was directing administration to do its best to bring equity to all the hamlets. Based on that, Councillor McCauley's statement would make sense. At the end of this agenda, the committee can always recommend that the clarification to this committee's questions come back and be presented again as well. Going forward, to identify the cost of the water break and how that impacted 2025 and what the assumption is in the formula going forward for 26, 27. The cost of the water meters versus now the monthly overhead of now sending staff out to also read the water meters, and weigh that and see how that reflects in 26 and 27. It's always the committee's discretion.
That might be very well a path forward at this time to have, if administration could bring that additional information to a future committee meeting, along with the recommended, or what it would look like if the rates were to be set to zero, status quo, or increased as required to be a cost recovery for the operational services. That's an option to move forward, that the committee could postpone this item and wait for additional information to come back at a future committee meeting. But we'll move forward on this agenda item, as I'm sure we'll have more questions, and we'll move on to the sanitary section of the item.
Okay, so the next section is the sewage services. Just like the water services, administration surveys some neighboring municipalities regarding 2026 sewage rates in an effort to provide the possible cross elevation. This is attached. Administration has also completed a cost recovery review of the county sewage services, and the results are presented in the table in the report. The draft rates for non-meter properties reflect a 3% annual increase from 2025 to 2028. For the meteor properties, Nordic and Caroline would have the same rate, which include a 5% increase to residential and institutional rates. Commercial rate in Nordic increases from $2 per cubic meters to $2.2 per cubic meters. Commercial rate in Caroline remains at $2.2 per cubic meters, so the price of that is consistent with Nordic. And bulk wastewater dumping rates would also see a 5% increase. So does the committee have any questions about this part?
Not seeing any questions at this time.
The next section is the other fees. So in addition to the fees previously noted, the county and the former village have different fee structures for various administrative charges, including the account finalization fees, curb stop, shut-off fees, reconnection fee, and many others. To streamline processes and ensure consistent billing across the county, the following fee structure is proposed and listed in Part 3 of the report. So does the committee have any questions about these fees?
Not seeing any questions.
Yeah, so that's what I have for the committee today.
Deputy Reeve McKay.
Just to go back to sewage services, it said that we surveyed neighboring municipalities.
Yep.
But the data we have is only hamlets within our municipality.
The last 2 pages of this document has a.
So there's additional attachment to this report.
Okay, here we are, thank you.
So, would be, do you have any further information, Mr. O?
No.
So, we could have a few options moving forward would be to either postpone this item and get that additional information as we discussed earlier, or that the Strategic Planning Committee of the whole would consider and recommend to council the draft water and sewage bylaw rates for water and sewage for fiscal years of 2026, 2027, and 2028. Or the other option is to postpone this and have that additional information brought back. Councillor McCauley.
The recommended numbers are just following what we've been doing in the past. It's just an increase on what we have been doing. So really by us just moving forward with the recommendations, we're not losing out on anything. We're just moving forward with general increases to cover a good chunk of our, or a percentage of our costs and move forward from here. That's what I'm understanding. If that's the case, then I guess I would move that the Strategic Planning Committee considers and recommends to council the draft water and sewage rates for water and sewage for fiscal years 2026, 2027, and 2028.
And just to clarify Councillor McCauley's comments there, this motion is to, just as he indicated, for those slight increases?
Yes.
Okay. Deputy Reeve McKay.
Does admin need that motion to include the capital recovery for for Caroline as well? Whether to keep that or get rid of it? I think that's part of this. Okay. Ugh.
Just so we have a clear motion here. So we have one motion that was, that Councillor McCauley may have made, that the Strategic Planning Committee, the whole, consider and recommend to council the draft water and sewage bylaw rates for the water and sewage for fiscal years 26, 27, and 28. Those rates, I think, just so I completely understand, Deputy Reeve McKay, so that would apply to all the hamlets? Is that correct?
So I've attached a summarized document as Schedule D in this agenda item report, as council may see. So that's a summarized version of all these fees together proposed today. Page 9 of this Schedule D draft. 2026 rate schedule, yeah. So for this draft, I do leave the capital replacement fee for Caroline in there as is, and it's totally up to the committee's decision to leave it or not.
Okay, so I just want to make sure we capture this. Deputy Reeve, did you have an amendment that you'd like to make to Councillor McCauley's motion?
It was more of a question as to whether
Yeah.
it needs an amendment, I guess. It's, the way this is structured, it's just making it really hard to grasp what we're approving here.
Councillor Powell, did you have a comment? I did see your light flashing. If not,
I was just gonna say, when you go to Schedule D, it makes a bit more sense. Councillor McKay, did you see that? It helped me.
and which, so,
So if you're on a laptop, you would hit 2026 rate schedule draft.
It's page 11, yeah, you're on it there, Reeve. I think so. This is the most confusing thing I've ever taken.
I appreciate the time from both administration and the committee to take the time to go through this item. It is a big item, and there are a lot of different numbers, a lot of different comparisons. So to do due diligence and really take the time to go through this and make sure that we try to get it as good as we can. I'm just thinking, in this agenda item, I think that motion probably would be suitable for this agenda item. So if there's no amendments or additional motions or any further discussion, Councillor Powell.
Yeah, I was looking over read your.
Councillor Levin, sorry.
I'm sorry. The sewer capital surcharge and the rates, residential 1 inch or less size, all the way down to 5/8 pipe for sewer, like 5/8 of an inch. This is the public, this is what I got right in front of me here.
I think you're only comparables for other municipalities.
Well, it is other municipalities, but I'm just confused with the terminology. You know, when you start looking at commercial line size, and this is wastewater, 5/8 of an inch, 3/4 of an inch, all the way up to 8 inch. And we've got numbers in there. It's just convoluted and confusing to me. I don't know one sewer pipe that's 5/8 of an inch.
But I guess for the purpose of what we're looking at.
I was just wondering.
Schedule D
I was
is
just-
kind of what we're reviewing right now,
Oh, okay. I'm on the wrong page then. I apologize.
which is back on page 9. Starts on page 9 and goes to.
I guess my question is, where do these numbers come from?
Councillor Powell.
In this motion, like I see the Schedule D here, I can see where the increases slowly happen to each of the hamlets, but where does it say the part about Caroline where they're paying the fees that haven't been putting away on capital? Does it say anywhere in here? Like, does that have to be a separate motion?
Month of Caroline.
Page 69,
Thank you. Thank you.
68, 69, and 70 are all Schedule D.
Page 10 of the, it's right at the top.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Powell? And, you know, I do have to comment again on what Councillor Letwin had commented on. It's on, page 119 of the agenda with the pipe sizes. How does that work for, we have gasoline alley area, and then is there any clarity on what that means for the 5/8 inch, 3/4 inch, 1 inch?
So each municipality is kind of different on how do they regulate their fees. For example, some municipality use a flat rate and a consumption charge. Some municipality determine that fees by the water meter size or the pipe size. So it's different for each municipalities.
Okay. If there's, so we do have motion on the floor, and it does show that there are slight increases that the Strategic Planning Committee of the Whole consider and recommends that council, the draft water and sewage bylaw rates for the water and sewage for fiscal years 26, 27, and 28. Is there any further discussion on that motion? If not, I will call the question. All those in favor? Oh, sorry, my apologies. Councillor Cermak.
So Schedule D is in this motion? Because that's the actual prices, right?
Yes.
It would be
Pages 68, 69, and 70. So that says that there is a fee for Caroline for capital water replacement fee, residential and commercial. I'm okay with that then.
If everybody's okay, I'll call the question with these fees and the motion that's on the floor. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? That motion is passed.
Would it be appropriate to ask a question related to, just for clarity at this point, or should we move on?
No, Ms. Councillor, or Deputy Reeve McKay has a question for administration, please.
Yeah, but while we've got the experts here, I guess, just regarding water meters, like outside of our previous conversation, was there, I guess, a cost benefit or an environmental benefit study done, or I guess some sort of train of thought that this council could follow as to why we're installing these? I guess it seems like a lot of additional infrastructure cost for the rest of the county to bear for a very, very few amount of metered sites.
Mr. Emmons,
So there was no environmental study done. It was based on working towards equity and usage. Especially when Clearwater County was looking at amalgamating with Caroline, and Caroline is still in the process of updating and going to new meters as well. Nordegg, knowing it was destined to grow to a population of 2,500 and getting it metered as it goes. Again, Deputy Reeve, with the varying sizes of infrastructure, trying to get a base rate for the hotel versus the gas station versus a mobile home or a fourplex. The meter just takes all that guesswork out of it and it gets down to actual usage. So it truly wasn't for an environmental reason, it was for an accuracy of billing. If you want to expand on that, my page numbers are different, so I had a lot of difficulty keeping up to Councillor Letwin's questions. I had to find it. So if I may, the explanation's quite easy.
Okay.
In the description there for Red Deer, it gets into commercial by line size. So the size of the feeder, of course, restricts the amount of flow. As you'll notice, because it is a flat rate, they don't have it metered, obviously. As you upsize in the size of line, you increase your usage and the rate goes up accordingly.
I'm just wondering how you put a 5/8 pipe on a toilet if it's wastewater.
It's the
It says
feeder, it's
wastewater.
not in, this is water, oh, this is wastewater, yeah. It's coming out of, and I don't know because we didn't do it.
Well, that's what I'm saying, it's confusing.
Yeah,
Very confusing. Like the information provided to us is confusing. It
This
doesn't
is
make any
what we
sense
were-
or logic at all whatsoever.
Tend to agree with you. I'd never use a 5/8 for a wastewater. But it's how they've got.
It's a misprint, it's supposed to be.
Pardon me?
It's a misprint, it's supposed to be.
Well, it starts at 5/8, 3/4, 1 inch, 1.5 inch, 2 inch, 3 inch. That's a lot of misprints. So, no, just that, but also, to, water meters. It was mentioned that you're going to need employees now to read those water meters. Is that correct, or will it be a self-metering, like people take their own readings and once a year it gets checked to make sure it's accurate? Or how's that gonna work?
Caroline, we gotta do a drive-by with the phone app.
Pardon me?
Caroline, we gotta do a drive-by with the phone app. One of our employees does. It's gotta be within 500 feet or 100 feet, depending where they're at in the house.
You're gonna hire new employees?
No,
Fancy phone app?
won't we already have those,
Okay.
Caroline?
Okay.
And then Norday gets an online app.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Mr. Ho.
To answer the questions, all these fees are obtained from all these different municipalities' own bylaw.
Okay. We'll take a couple more questions and then we're gonna move on to the next agenda item, but, Councillor Humphrey.
Oh, I was just replying to that, like when they have a 5/8 and 3/4. I mean, probably not using that, but they have them, but they go right up to 8 inch. So I'm imagining they just put a full scale, it's this much, it's that, but they give us up to larger sizes, which would, I'm sure 99% of the time be used.
Any further discussions? If not, we're gonna move on to the next agenda item, which is 6.2 solid waste bylaw rates, page 122. And I'm not sure, oh, Mr. Williams, please.
Thank you, Reeve Northcott. And continuing on here with the agenda item for the solid waste services, we wanted to put forth two recommendations for the committee to entertain. The first is the Strategic Planning Committee of the Whole considers the continuance of the existing service level of residential curbside waste in Caroline. The second, that the Strategic Planning Committee of the Whole considers and recommends to council the draft solid waste bylaw rates for Clearwater County Regional Landfill, transfer station, disposal, and curbside waste collection for the fiscal years 2026 to 2028. Okay. Background on this item. Previously, past councils requested administration to provide recommendations to implement a cost recovery fee schedule regarding the operations related to Clearwater Regional Landfill. In addition, administration was tasked to assess and provide a reserve for funding, more specifically for closure, post-closure care, and future cell development. And this is to be supported by landfill fees. Administration has reviewed the disposal rates and developed a cost recovery model that incorporates the average cost of operations, average annual revenues, and projected reserve funding to establish rates for the period of 26 to 28. In saying that, we typically do a 3-year average just because of a little bit of fluctuation in tipping fees due to volumes. It's not significant, but it's enough to change it where a 3-year layout gives you a better indication to set a tipping fee, okay? And the goal is to get, at the time, as close to 100% as we possibly can. So item A, we have Clearwater Regional Landfill disposal fees. The rates are typically set to cover operational costs managing the facility for the long term. The rates associated with the higher cost fees on a per ton basis, such as residential, we call it ICI, or industrial, commercial, institutional, construction, demolition, and oil field, are typically the main drivers of rates. The rationale behind this is these wastes require higher cost to achieve desired compaction densities. So in other words, we do have larger pieces of equipment that help us achieve those densities for the long-term management of airspace. The costlier design requirements of today's landfills require the HDPE liner systems, the high-density polyethylene. So those are in any new cells we do today for the standard, and leachate collection extraction systems. Other rates would include rates for materials such as pre-approved impacted or contaminated soils or municipal biosolids. These rates are typically lower due to the weight of the materials and the high density per cubic meter. There's also an opportunity to use these materials as what we call a alternate cover system. Our approval requires us to cover the waste on a daily basis. And so to do that, rather than using excavated good materials consistently, we implement materials that are beneficial use or waste materials that we can help manage to reduce operational costs. Those fees are typically, depending on volumes, depending on type, depending on contamination, if actually we can take it. We've typically been in a range of about $20 to $22 a ton, okay? So we tend to average those fees over a period of about 3 years. And again, we don't want to over exceed and take more than we would need to use, for the simple fact is we just don't want to fill up premium airspace with dirt for municipal garbage. You'll also see here too rates that can be recycled, effectively managed through less operational handling, and do not require depleting premium airspace are subject to a little bit lower fees. And that would be metals, things that can be recycled. That would be compostables, yard waste, things that we don't actually put into expensive cells, okay? Schedule A is attached, is the, again, we have the current rates that would be listed on your document. And then we will move forward with proposed disposal rates for 2026 and 2028, which is again on your handout. Just in a bit of an explanation for those rates, regional, non-regional rates. In the case of non-regional rates, the overall increase is relatively minor. And this is due to the fact that surrounding communities have minimal waste disposal options that are near Clearwater Regional Landfill. Okay, and those are primarily west of here. We're the nearest landfill. So the proposed Clearwater Regional Landfill disposal rate for regional disposal fees, specifically the rates we talked about for residential, industrial, commercial, institutional, oil field construction, demolition, will reflect an increase of approximately 1.3% annually from 2026 to 2028. Through that period, we would look at approximately a 3.94% increase over that time. Proposing the non-regional disposal rates, again, they are listed and when we go through the sheet, they are a little higher. The main reason is they're outside the tax base. They're outside the tax base. So long-term waste management, a lot of times communities will be partners or long-term protection of infrastructure and long-term liability. And sometimes we have potential customers who would maybe be there for a period of time, 3 years, 5 years, 7 years. So again, when you're outside the tax base, this is typical, and we'll go through those rates of other areas that indicate that is fairly Alberta standard. That increase is 0.5%, which is very minimal, through to 26 and 28, which would be an overall increase in that period about 1.5%. Clearwater Regional Landfills reserve and operational costs, we just include that. So we're based on a 3-year average cost from 23 to 25. The average estimated reserve funding and annual cost to operate Clearwater Regional Landfill as follows. And based on the average operational cost and estimated annual funding, reserve funding allocated required to operate Clearwater Regional Landfill on a cost recovery basis, and the current disposal fees would require a modest increase in a rate per ton starting in 2026. And those are included in the fees above. Waste volumes received at the landfill may change from year to year depending on economic conditions, presence of large projects, and weather-related activities, therefore creating changes in the annual revenues. Landfill operating costs for this committee, just aware that for the most part, they're relatively fixed. However, weather-related precipitation costs, such as managing leachate, can fluctuate on a year-to-year basis. Operational costs, therefore, are based on a 3-year average reporting model to minimize these fluctuations and try just to establish a rate and a market-based fee. Okay, so in the marketplace. Typically with waste, we do have the landfill, and the theory of that we can price it accordingly doesn't always work. Clearwater County is probably about 30 to 35% of the disposal. So we're our own customer. We're our own customer, so any increases also affect our increases on an annual basis significantly. Okay. Let's go quickly to the table. Schedule B, page 137. Oh, sorry.
14.
It's on 16.
Oh.
16 on yours? Okay.
Schedule B.
Schedule B.
Oh, sorry.
That's right. Does everybody have Schedule B to go through?
I see consensus. Yes, please go ahead, Mr.
Got that.
Williams.
Okay, so just going through the table on Schedule B, just to give you an idea of some of the rates with residential, ICI, the construction demolition rates, and any oil field rates that are part of that. The rates that are listed from 2026 to 2028 basically go up 1.3% or about $1 a ton. Okay, those increases will project potentially about $16,000 a year, 16 to 18. Those type of wastes go in primary airspace, and those type of wastes are, we're gonna say 60 to 65% of our intake, but those fees are about 80% of the revenue. Those fees are the ones that are landfillable and can move. Waste can move in a market competitive environment. So again, any waste that we feel could be lost as far as volumes would have to be replaced by higher fees. It's an inverse relationship. So if we significantly dropped our tonnage, our rate fees would go up accordingly. Without the ability to reduce expenses in certain areas, it would be difficult to achieve a cost recovery model. Okay. Back to reserve operating cost. The landfill disposal fees that are set accordingly through bylaw rates in other communities and West Central Alberta comparables. We will go through that table shortly. What I'll do is just go through some of the narrative on that. Landfill disposal fees in West Central Alberta, for the most part, are relatively comparable. Market rates for residential, commercial, and construction demolition waste that require more effort to manage in accordance with industry standards and often comparable unless specific landfill operating practices are required. Some examples. So in our area, although they're a little distance away, but in our area, here's a couple examples of different facilities. West Red Meat Lake Landfill, which is by Farintosh, Alberta. It's a high volume landfill. They have a lower tipping fee, approximately $40 a ton. Okay, so in our area, do we have leakage that goes that way? Absolutely. So their model is basically high volume, low price. Revenues in that landfill can be $1 million a month. Okay, they get a lot of waste from Edmonton, different places, so they need lots of volume. They also have the airspace, the life of the landfill to do that. So that's their operational model. So what does that do? Well, typically can put pressure on rates in central Alberta, because the tentacles get out a little further with diversion, recycling, potentially waste energy. There's a little bit of challenge to acquire volume. In Red Deer County, the Horn Hill transfer station, so the rates may be set a little higher because collected waste must be transported to a larger facility local away. Typically their waste will go to West Dried Meat or Coronation, Alberta, Waste Connections in Coronation. These rates, both regional and non-regional, are established to manage the overall operating costs, regulatory approvals and conditions, and the fund of cell reserves. Typically, one or more municipalities may structure agreements, and that's typical in a lot of these places because not just one municipality will be involved in the landfill. Typically right now, Clearwater County is now the approval holder from the former region. We used to have Rocky Mountain Regional Waste Authority used to have the approval for that landfill. Now Clearwater County is the sole name on the approval. So the longer costs, everything that's an outer regional cost, as you'll see in those, you will typically see in our system as well. We charge higher rates for waste that's generated out of our municipality. This was typical from a number of years ago. The challenge we have was the old system here of the region back 5, 6, 7 years ago was a requisition model. So what tended to happen was requisition was strictly on the tax base. And that included a lot of the commercial waste. So again, residents of Clearwater County and Rocky Mountain House were literally funding waste that was coming from various places outside of our municipality, which was in fairness not as a fairness issue for our own ratepayers. So some of these municipalities now have, again, set rates and according to somewhat manage the volume, keep it as consistent as possible to ensure that there's no illegal dumping and things are too high where things tend to miss the transfer stations and are legally dumped, and try to find a balance of that sort of rate system. If we can go, Jenna, just to the comparables on landfill, which is it's actually schedule or regional landfill comparables. I've got 139, I think. Okay, just to go through some of the regional comparables so again, based on market pricing, as you can see, Clearwater Regional Landfill. When you look at those commodities, again, typically the same commodities that are what we'll call the high value waste in terms of the cost to manage, residential, ICI, commercial. If you look across in the blue colored numbers, those are typically what we're comparing at a distance from other areas. So if we look at Brazeau County, the residential rate there is $82.50 and $85, and now those are, I believe, 2006 for Brazeau. As you can see, 78, 67 comparables. Some waste, again, target certain markets or have different industries, so sometimes they may have a better preferred rate for volume. Okay. We typically don't have, generally speaking, a lot of major commercial businesses, or a lot of our commercial waste is from the town of Rocky Mountain House. We have oil field ties into some of the industry, and then construction demolition is basically project-based. So some years you have a little bit higher volumes, depending on what's happening, and some are lower. The West Yellowhead, who has a similar model, priced. Residents typically don't pay in that system. Biggest reason is to prevent illegal dumping or dumping in other areas. That's one of the things. So I think their municipality works with the residents there in terms of some other tax-based systems that they can use as far as disposal, I never use the term free, but on the tax base. Mountain View Commission, which is Didsbury landfill, it's about $100 a ton. So about 10, 12 years ago, they went into a diversion model, probably went up to about 125, because higher rates are great for the perception of recycling, but it doesn't always happen because you severely drop your tonnage and with that is your revenues. Okay, so waste moved, went to other facilities, got transferred. Obviously the cost of moving waste in a truck is, the contractors make that decision. They can, waste is mobile. Red Deer County, again, talking about Horn Hill, 115, they have those rates, basically for the general waste. The rationale why theirs is so a little bit higher is because transfer station, so they need to now turn around and transfer that to a landfill. Okay, so those are posted rates for them. Again, there's arrangements within their region, but anything out of region would cost you those fees. And then, of course, you got West Ride Meats, just to give you an idea, they're at $40 a ton. Does put cost pressures on others. That's been shared by the municipalities, that there are certain cost pressures by that, with various landfills that can, low price, high volume landfills. The smaller commodities that you see down below are marginal in terms of revenue. Yard waste, metals, those type of things are in tune with what's happening in your municipality. In our case, our yard waste is probably about 90%, 80% generated by Clearwater County. Okay, so we have subdivisions, or if a no burn ban comes in, things like that, we tend to get a certain amount of yard waste. So it's a little bit less on the schedule. We've held that price, and one of the biggest reasons is incentive based, so it comes in clean. You bring it in clean, we in turn can at least compost it or mulch it and break it down. Non-regional was one key one I wanted to show everybody there. Based on ours, non-regional, when it was a region, mattered because you were trying to keep wastes that were coming in from outside to pay for it. There was no real mechanism to track at the scale because it was an honor system. So the honor system would be, I'm from Clearwater County, so you basically had an honor system, even though you might see receipts from Red Deer County. It was tough to prove. So it wasn't a very good system. That put the burden on the tax base. So the overall revenues we project in around annual is about $1 million. Okay, $1 million, we've hit $1.1 million depending on projects, in that area. Clearwater County generated approximately 6,900 tons last year, so that's from your transfer stations and what we call residential self-haul. Okay, so the transfer stations, which are collection units, go around and collect. Caroline, Crammond, Everdale. So that system last year was about 6,900. Just to give you an example of waste retraction in 2016 to 18, Clearwater County was requisitioned for about 8,000 tons at a $68 per ton average. So we've retracted. We want to keep reasonable prices for the materials that are market-based. We want to make sure that we can continually maintain a certain amount of materials. There will be some diversion, some retraction, and then at that point we will, continually catch up with an increase in tipping fees that should match the market as best as possible. So on the landfill side, we're looking to, based on an average cost of, would like to go to page table 1, Jenna. It's regarding landfill, which is 148. Okay, so it's a very just a basic trying to indicate how we get to a model of cost recovery. Again, envisioning over 3 years. There's some typical years. No one prays for a disaster. Sometimes rates and volumes go higher, lower. There's different ways that waste flows. So it's not always uniform. You can move around, and those swings in revenue can be 100,000 a year easily. Our costs, or going through this 3-year average, subtotal on revenue is about $1,072,000 approximately, not including any recyclables that we take at the landfill. Okay, that's just goes into recyclable funding. We add Clearwater County funding through the property tax portion. That number was $69.20 at a rate of approximately today's current rate of $74 a ton. Those are typically what we have: waste from transfer stations, waste from self-haul, and Clearwater County generated waste within our organization, basically. Regional landfill currently takes about 24,700 a year. So a big piece of that would be the ICI and residential we talked about. Those numbers, typically, we have ranged around the 25,000, 23,000, 26,000. It depends on the year again, depends on the materials. Sometimes they're special projects, more remedial work, things of that nature, so it can fluctuate. At 25,000 tons a year, we're looking at approximately, in our developed area, we probably have around between 20 and 25 years that's currently what we call available. And then through landfill master planning back in 1920, we had AECOM Engineering look at a potential model for long-term that we could go back into some of the areas that were in the existing footprint, as we determined they were probably could be refilled more efficiently, lined, and staying within the same footprint that could give us another potentially 20 to 25 years. Okay. So again, life is important in the landfill. It allows you to plan accordingly. It allows you to be in a good position if someone can typically approach councils and may have a better option somewhere else. At least it's easier to have that discussion when you have a place that you're currently placing your waste. It tends to work better for councils that have, I guess, an option. And I would say that this council would probably at some point get approached from, waste energy groups, other groups that are doing other things. Okay. On the cost side, obviously we've got labor, contracted services, engineering, regulatory, kind of a 3-year average for that. We have some projections, relatively stays in that zone. Utilities, material supplies, equipment, obviously we have dedicated equipment, so there's an equipment piece that we incorporate from our fleet. Again, fuel repair and maintenance are relatively known. Amortization is a function of, it's an operational cost, I guess, as well. So we include that. Clearwater County, because they have the landfill, we typically don't charge ourselves tipping fees. So our tipping fees would go into a reserve for cell development, and that's for future cell, for the next cell, for instance. There's funding in place for reserve in our tipping fee evaluation that we can continually build through that reserve. In the event when we build our next cell, the theory is that it's cost recovery or close to it. Okay. You will see that 360,000 in corporate services in the capital. You'll see cell development at 360. That's what that is. So in other words, it's essentially prepaid tipping fees on behalf of Clearwater County. Closure, post-closure is a number that moves around a little bit. We have reserves right now in the landfill closure, post-closure liability fund. I wouldn't have that number today. Mr. Hagan would probably be a little closer to have a rougher idea than I would. But we continually contribute to that fund. Back about 5 years ago, we were able to, we did it off a survey, and you would pay so much based on your survey and how much waste was actually placed in your landfill. But because of change in accounting practices, again, Mr. Hagan would be able to explain that a lot better than I would. It is now, once you place waste into a cell, you don't have like 100,000 liability. You actually will have the totally funded liability on your balance sheet. Leachate management costs, $22.75 a cube. That is our one variable. That's been a challenge. We typically have two sources of leachate. We have old industrial cells leachate, and that's more of a ongoing. Those cells are capped from the days of, we had approximately 18 years of I would say a lease with other companies, that the main driver of funding and revenues out there was for oil field disposal. So those cells are now closed, and those cells no longer receive any waste. However, on the maintenance side, we do have about half our leachate costs overall are attributed to the industrial cells that still produce leachate. Another portion of that is the closed municipal cell. And the closed municipal cell is also in there as far as the engineering and some of the basic groundwater. That one's located out by Pine Ridge Golf Course. And so we continually, that's been 25 years of post-closure. So Alberta Environment has us monitor that for 25 years, which has been done. And we go another 10 at every second year. That fee is $5,000-6,000 a year. Or every other year, biannually, but it is included in those numbers as far as our engineering, regulatory, and testing. Okay, so that, I guess I'll take that part just on the landfill side, maybe just if there's any questions.
We do have a question from Deputy Reeve McKay.
Okay.
Would, I realize that it's a cost competitive market, and we don't wanna have our user fees too high, and it will also affect the county, but would bring our fees more in line with Brazeau in that low 80s per ton. Would that allow us some excess funds to put towards projects like the future solid waste transfer station at the North Quarter, things like that? Or is this, do we kind of need to stay tight on this?
That's a great question, Deputy Reeve McKay, because that is a little bit the balancing. I will say typically the low 80s, when you look at the residential in Brazeau, that $82.50 is a contract. Basically, they know they're getting the waste from probably Drayton Valley and those places. It's not an open market, so there'd be a contractual agreement. Clearwater County does not have an actual agreement per se, like with Rocky Mountain House. Rocky Mountain House's collections would mostly go to Red Deer.
Oh,
The reason for that is the recycle content. There's the blue box, and we'll get in when we talk about Caroline's bin black cart. Rocky Mountain House has a 3-bin system, which is common in urban centers. The black cart is for general waste. The green cart is for what we call organics, household organics. So in other words, food waste, yard waste that can be taken from landfill and moved to a different facility, facility that can actually compost that facility. And then we have the blue cart, which is recyclables. And again, the blue cart will go to Red Deer to a recycle facility. Black cart waste is typically garbage. We've seen so in Rocky Mountain Houses, and this is just an example, their assessment would be 50% or less would be in their black cart. they have a contract with a contractor, and if that contractor basically feels he has a cheaper option to take waste somewhere else, he's able to do that. So that's why the rates, once you get into 80, it assures those, anything in this market, which could include some commercial, we probably would have a little potential traction. We've often thought, obviously we want to move rates where we can. So where we've looked at it was to rethink that just right at the moment, at least in this 3-year period for now. And until there'll be some members of this group obviously have an opportunity to go through the next series of the ICC meetings. And maybe that's a conversation again for rate discussions with our partner in that agreement. It's nice to have some wiggle room. It's nice to have some wiggle room for sure. And those are very comparable rates. Again, we have West Yellowhead. Some of the others have went up to near that $100 a ton. So that is something that we really tried to determine how, where those rates can move. And again, we want full value for what work has to be done and the long-term costs, being aware that also there's a certain amount of volume that that is currently in place for us to achieve as close as we can to that cost recovery basis as possible. I hope that helps answer that question.
Very politically correct answer.
More, do you have any more? Okay, does anybody else have any further discussion on this item? Any comments? Do you have any more information you have for the committee, Mr. Williams?
No, again, the goal is to try to have that balance of cost recovery. That's the goal right now. As time goes forward, we definitely can look at other potential models, source waste. There is the case of diversion, right? Diversion is a topic. Diversion opportunities will come. They come with increased rates. So there may be opportunities for Clearwater County. One of the concerns we have always is there's talk about moving to a facility. The one thing I've yet to hear steady is what the rates actually are. We know today what our rates are. They're $75 a ton. But we never really get a clear indication of what that might cost. And the other side of it is we have to move it somewhere that's going to be further than the Clearwater Regional Landfill. So there could be some possible impacts. Okay. As we move through this, just wanted to touch on the Clearwater County transfer station rates. So the Clearwater County transfer station rates, one's on Schedule B1. So Schedule B1 is page 138. Apologies, I should have. These fees are in the bylaw. These fees aren't charged to Clearwater County, but they give us some internal. They give us some internal basis of how we, potentially estimate loads at transfer stations and gives us an idea, where these rates need to be. Okay, and again, these rates are in the bylaw. They had been in the previous bylaw, but Clearwater residents are not charged these directly in any way. In formulating some of the data for card systems and that, we had those in place. There's different ways that are available at transfer stations. If anybody has any interest, we're about, last year was 90,500 visits with solid waste cards. Okay, that includes all transfer stations, as we were able to follow along with our handheld interaction on a card-based system. So just looking at that, we figured that we're generating about between 70 and 75 kgs per person per trip. Typically a little high in a residential setting, but it's, you know, it's rural. There's Alberta averages, and we're probably in the rural Alberta averages. Some of those averages also include things that would be what we call light agriculture. So that would be your, some bags, twines, things of that nature that are accepted transfer stations in the case of if it's waste materials. Okay. ARMA stuff, recycle EPR program materials are also at the transfer stations, and again, those are no charge. That's basically their stewardship programs funded by the Alberta government, or in our case with EPR, and they are funded by industry. Okay. So again, those rates that you see there are for review and are not charged to our customers, or sorry, not charged to our residents, and will go into the bylaws should you approve those tables. First question we talked about a little bit here is the strategic planning of the whole and the continuance of the existing curbside collection for residents in Caroline. So if the committee determines that to continue along with that service, just give you a little bit of background with what that service is like. Okay, they've had that service for about 10 years. I think they originally introduced the black cart, anticipating a green cart and a blue cart, just never quite got there, just through various costs and everything else. The rate, first off, for starters, there's about 248 residents in the community. It's about $25 a household. So each resident has a cost annually about $300 for that service. That's the only service like that in Clearwater County. Okay, residential side load, specific truck comes in and collects their waste Monday mornings, weekly service. The annual cost on that is about, the annual service fees on that is about $74,000. And what we're proposing here is that if it continues, we can hold that rate at $25 a month for that 3-year period. Current costs right now are below that in terms of contracted service specifically. And based on the last 3 years of about a 2.7% increase, based on those numbers, we shouldn't have to increase that $25 a month for a home, for a lot in Caroline. So that's just the background on it. There's 208 households that get their residential side load, the cart collection. And there's a mobile home park of about 40 units that have the 6-yard containers, and there's 5 of them. So between that breakdown, currently the waste in Caroline from the residential collection does not go to Clearwater landfill. It does go to another landfill. This contract is in the last year of a 5-year agreement. It'll be done on April 30th. If this committee recommends continuing on with that service, administration will move forward in reviewing a new RFP and to see where that comes out for another potential 3 to 5 year term. Clearwater County is currently talking to ARMA and Circular Materials, who is the industry representative for the EPR program. Currently, Clearwater County is in the EPR program, and they contribute financially, obviously, to the collection of certain single-use plastics, paper, packaging. We've had discussions earlier, a little bit challenging when the amalgamation was going on, but potentially for phase 2. Phase 2 starts in October of the EPR program. In phase 2, they're aware that we would consider Blue Cart in Caroline as a complementary piece. The funding for the blue cart and the operational cost would be from industry. It would not be a cost to Clearwater County. Idea blue cart, green cart, and black cart are basically, they believe they get higher diversion numbers. Okay, so waste diversion numbers, so that's why those cart systems, and also to frankly limit what you throw away, direct what you throw away, control a little bit of the flow of waste. So that would be for the committee's recommendation or questions to determine, you know, how to move forward with the Caroline curbside collection. I was mentioned to, I'll go to fees, Jana, again on Schedule B1. Thank you. Sorry, 138. Okay, and if you can scroll down, you see in the very bottom there, we have what we call residential waste, solid waste disposal cards. Typically, we had a rate for, since 2021, that's about $204 a card. That card value was basically, the value, how that was determined was there was in the agreement of the dissolution, Clearwater County and Rocky Mountain House would, conceivably through mutual cooperation, would not charge each other's residents, or would charge comparable rates, or in some cases the same rates, as part of the agreement. And as you're aware, with ICC, the people that are members, we will have some of those discussions coming up on those rates. What we're proposing is we move up to 210. It's about a $6 increase, 2.9 or 3% from the existing rate. Just due to the fact that internally, we know that, you know, costs do go up from 2021. And the second piece is in some of the narrative about we want to make sure that we have similar rates as Rocky Mountain House. Well, in some aspects we do in terms of the landfill tipping rate. If you're from Rocky Mountain House, you're from Clearwater County, you'll be paying, for instance, if the rates were approved, $75 a ton. All right, so to me, equal rate. Rocky's Eco Center's still at 204. That might be a conversation that they're willing to move up a little bit. But in the $204, a Clearwater County resident can buy that card and be able to use that facility, but it's basically for diversionary materials. You wouldn't be able to take waste there. That wouldn't be the same as if somebody purchased a solid waste card from Clearwater County. You would be able to take your waste to Central Transfer Station if it's residential generated. Okay, why that matters is sometimes there's fees at an eco center, that's their models. So if you had your Rocky Pass and you went there, you'd be possibly subject to $3 a bag. You'd be subject to maybe a charge for a large item like a dresser or a dryer, maybe a mattress. So in comparison, we still think we're in a comparable range. That would not be a major stumbling block, but I was told that just to bring that to this committee's attention, whether comparable or same in the language of the agreement. We think it's comparable, but that may be something we still have to further talk about. It's not a significant increase, and one of the things we've done in the past with the landfill fees, for instance, we want to have steady increases, incremental increases. We went a few years at the region, for instance, where we were frozen at a rate for about 5 years. And then what happens is you have to increase that. In those cases, I get calls, yes, but council typically gets calls. So again, it's trying to manage it in an incremental way, in a way that, increases, obviously your expenses increase marginally. You want to just stay away from a big fluctuation and a fee increase. Any questions on that, those two items, the Caroline residential collection or the rates from, well,
See any
the one
questions?
rate, the one rate that would be a potential increase in the Schedule B one, that again, these aren't, these rates are included in the bylaw, but they're not Clearwater residents do not get charged those per se. The solid waste disposal card, just so you know, we have about, 5,300 households in our community, right? So it's tied to the property taxes. And with those rates, again, there's obviously a cost to dispose it at our Clearwater Regional Landfill, but there's also, somebody has to physically take it from transfer station A to landfill. So there are costs that can be associated with that through collection.
I do have one question, Mr. Williams. It's regarding the oil field plastic liners. For 2025, Clearwater County was at $1,800 per load. Non-regional rates were at $2,400 per load. But then I see that's on page 135. And then I just have a little bit more, Mr. Williams.
Sure, yeah.
On page 135, so it's indicating that Clearwater County's fee is $1,800 per load. So non-regional rates would be $2,400. When I go over to page 137, I was just wondering if there's an opportunity for Clearwater County to be more in line with non-regional rates at $2,400, but I see on page 137, non-regional rates are at $1,800 per load. So I was just wondering if non-regional landfills had reduced their rate to be more in line with Clearwater County.
They did not reduce your rate. We don't propose that. It should be 2,400.
Well, I was just curious.
Sorry, there's a mistake there.
Okay.
Great catch. Just so you're aware, we historically had a number of oil field liners coming in. Our regional landfill would take those. They're relatively decent revenue, airspace killer, hard to handle. Other potential contamination in the low dirt, things that we couldn't, we need to test for. Breakthrough, somebody's recycling those. So last year, I think we might have got one liner.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so really it's, again, it's not forefront of mind, but we would put a $2,400 range in there. We can correct that. The big thing with that, again, I think that market has found a recycle source and was really urged to find a recycle source. So we haven't, other landfills may, but we haven't received them in probably 2.5 years, 2 years anyway.
First, did that, for recycling of those plastic liners, do they now take, just wondering, do they take for bale wrap? Or are they gonna start recycling that as well? Because it's very similar, maybe the bale wrap would just be a little bit thinner.
So what we've had is Clean Farms is the what we call the potential stewardship, or we're not sure the direction Clean Farms will go. They'll either be part of an EPR program. An EPR program or extended producer responsibility means industry pays for the recovery of that material. Stewardship is, for instance, in the Alberta Recycle Management System. Stewardship would be you're going to pay 40 cents a liter, 4 cents a liter for the recovery of your used oil. So the province will set rates. It's typical for us in electronic waste recycling. It's typical in used oil. It's typical in paint and household hazardous materials. Okay. Bale wrap is, I think, in the third stage of consideration. Clean Farms becomes a stewardship program. What will be funded, number one, is grain bags. Grain bags have a little more value. The challenge we have in Clearwater, we don't have as many grain bags as we'd like compared to other areas. Second phase is twine. Twine, there are markets for it, clean twine. We do collect twine and grain bags in this region. Bale wrap is still one they're working on. We do look at things like silage. We're trying to work with the recyclers. We have collectors that will take that material. Clearwater County, as an ag-based municipality, privately, we're working to make sure that we move that type of material, if it's clean, to a prospective recycler. Challenge with recycled plastics right now is materials go to the States. And I'm hearing they could be tariff implemented. So things tend to stall a little bit. So, but bale wrap is in discussion. As far as the third phase, which is probably a couple years away yet, they're gonna try to manage from the stewardship side, grain bags. Second phase, twine. Third would be others, bale wrap. Clean Farms is currently also manages our pesticide containers, like from ag. Again, so that's recycled plastics.
Just wondering, just wildlife, deer, like, but, bucks and things with their antlers. I wonder if maybe that's why we have a few less grain bags here. Too many big bucks. Councillor Humphrey.
Sorry, guys, but I need some clarification on your solid waste disposal access cards required for access, and it's 210. Now, did you say that's not charged? It's shown but not charged, or?
That's correct. So it's not charged. So basically, the funding for the solid waste access card is in the property tax, okay? That funds the, it would fund the activities of Clearwater County. Internally, we measure, we try to measure loads. We compare it to, we'll have a certain, so based on rates, those rates change based on maybe a single use. And try to tie it to the amount of waste that comes into our transfer stations. Obviously, we had a little bit of an uptick with Caroline rejoining. They weren't in the system for a couple of years, but now they're back into the system. So we did have some, increased tonnages from the Caroline area. What that allows us to do is try to determine a various number of metrics just to see if we're, where we're at in terms of our averages. We're residential. What's Clearwater? The challenge with higher rates, you tend to find a better use for a card and more uses. So we're trying to also protect against that, if that makes sense.
And this is this is the number that residents have, the card they have to go to the transfer station?
That's correct, yeah. It's about $17 a month, yeah.
But that's not so yeah, just go through again what that cost is for.
Yeah, that cost is for disposal that you'll see at the Clearwater landfill. So it just gives an indication. Like, so we have an idea, for instance, where if waste is generated, we get 900 tons a year at Leslieville. We get 1250 at Central Transfer Station. We know what Nordegg generates. We see an increase in Nordegg we could see in the summer versus winter. It just gives us a better understanding of where our waste is generated, and just to make sure that it helps us on the costs that we have to internally review with our corporate services. And if there's something that, can we operate or manage it better? Like, I'll give you an example. If you're getting too much waste in certain areas, we can look back at averages and try to see, like what's changing place. Again, with higher tipping fees, you tend to find maybe a couple things change. A couple things might be, our staff typically in the spring will go and find, I'm gonna say on average 10 to 12 temporary disposal sites within Clearwater County that you would clean up, for instance, okay? So again, we wanna try to, we don't wanna impose rates that could increase that, okay? So those are one of the reasons we have, the cards is to track where waste comes from to the best of our ability. Now, it goes in truck, we know what roughly those weights are going to the landfill, but there is some estimation due to the fact that if we send out a truck, he's gonna collect, he'll have usually 2 stops. Okay, so we know roughly through estimation what that is, and now we correlate this data by knowing we had X amount. Basically, our program tells us we have approximately 85 to 90% are single-use vehicles. The other 11, 10% would have maybe a smaller trailer attached, smaller trailers. So it gives you an indication of, is that program working? If everybody came in with large trailers and weren't going to the landfill, Clearwater would probably see a change in their waste in terms of maybe 6,900 tons, you might be getting 8,200 to avoid a tipping fee. This project-based stuff should go to the landfill that doesn't meet the residential requirements, okay? So that's, it's just a check and balance. There is a bit of again, obviously there's some hauling costs in that as well, right? You still have to get the transport to the landfill. If we had, for instance, just rough numbers, about $1 million, 1.1 million with the number of cards. So that would be some tipping fees and collections. How do you get it there?
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just that tracking.
Yeah, it's to track it internally, so if I have a question from Mr. Hagan, I can try to answer it to the best of our ability.
Yeah.
Or Mr. Emmons, right? To try to get some clarity on, what programs are working. If some programs aren't working or we're struggling, then our job is to let council know if maybe those aren't the best programs, if they're costly. Give you an example for us, mattress recycling, I think it's great, could do it. Market pricing to send it somewhere is about $30 a mattress. We know through data that we probably have about 1,200 mattresses a year, so it's about a $30,000 to $40,000 program. The logistics, when I mentioned that to our operations crew, envisioning, you got 9, 10 transfer stations. Are we gonna get the mattress to the transfer station if we charge somebody at the gate? And you guys are fairly familiar if you went to Leslieville or Nordig or Everdale, how would you feel about an individual fee of $30? Well, it might not be manageable for the whole, because of a rural setting. And the risk we have is as we can build that into our systems for Clearwater County and say we need another $35,000 to do this program, there might be high value for the council to consider. But in the same token, it might be, maybe that's costlier than we want to do at this time.
Thank you very much for all the information, Mr. Williams. I'd be looking for a motion at this time from council. Are there any councillors willing to make a motion? There'd be 2 motions with this agenda item. Number 1 would be that the Strategic Planning Committee of the whole consider the continuance of the existing service level of residential curbside waste collection in Caroline. Councillor McCully, you'd like to make that motion?
Make that motion.
Okay, Councillor McCully makes a motion that the Strategic Planning Committee of the whole considers the continuance of the existing service level at the residential curbside waste collection in Caroline. I see no further discussion, so I will call the question. Councillor McCully, my apologies. Okay, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried. There is a second motion as well. Looking for Mr. Drew McKay.
I'll make the motion that Strategic Planning Committee of the whole considers and recommends to council the draft solid waste bylaw rates for Clearwater County Regional Landfill, transfer station disposal, and curbside waste collection for fiscal years 26, 27, and 28.
Okay, if there's any clarity on the motion that is on the floor by Deputy Reeve McKay, I will call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried. One last motion for the day. Is there any further discussion, any additional items? Councillor McCauley, please.
Is it possible for some of these reports, when we get them, to have comparisons on them? They're kind of all over the place. I'm not trying to blame anyone, but we have 2025 numbers and then we don't have the comparables before. Like, it would be great if they're all on one page, having some examples, so we're not constantly flipping back one page and going forward one page. Does that make any sense? And that's not just this one, it's all of the ones. It'd make it a lot easier if I was looking at numbers and I had, 2024 numbers on the same page as 2025 recommendations, so that I wasn't flopping back and forth and lost. There's a lot of data on here. That's all.
Thank you for the comments, Councillor McCauley. One final motion of the day, and that would be for the motion, item number 7, which is adjournment. Councillor Powell? Well, I see your light on.
Yeah, I'll make the motion for adjournment.
Okay, and before I call the question, I'd just like to thank staff for all the information today and the time spent with us. So thank you for all that, and I'll call the question. All those in favor of adjournment? Motion is passed.